Chapter 1008. Fong Ping's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, Fong Ping fell into a completely unfamiliar world. Fong Ping restrained all his aura. His movements were minimal. In the past, when he entered a powerhouse's origin Dao, he did not know what was going on. Sometimes, he could not care less and did not consider anything at all. As for restraining his aura in the origin Dao, he did not even think about it. This time, however, he did it. The system could be used here too. The system seemed to have nothing to do with the body but was in the consciousness. Hence, his consciousness was here, and the system was here too. Wealth. 7. 1 billion points. Vitality. 219,999 calories. 219,999 calories. Mentality. 9,955 Hz. 10,455 Hz. 9955 Hz. Unbreakable, destructive power. 85 yuan, 85 yuan. Origin. Stage 1. Increase 9% plus 30% storage space. 10,000 cubic meters plus energy shield. 1 point/minute plus 3 1,000 points/minute aura simulation. 10 points/minute plus 2 1,000 points/minute origin detailed analysis. 10-100 million points/time, 50 million points/minute. This time, Fong Ping saw something different. There was an additional number in the origin detailed analysis line. This was the specific standard of wealth consumption. 50 million points per minute. Fong Ping grimaced. It was so expensive. He dared not waste such a huge consumption. He did not know how long he would have to stay later. Moreover, a long night would bring trouble. If Life King found out that someone else had invaded, it would be very troublesome. Fong Ping restrained his aura, his body floating. Now, he looked around, finally knowing where he was. The junction between the origin Dao and the origin world. Behind him was Life King's origin world. In front of him was a very long Dao. Overlord level was 10,000 meters long. 20 li was not considered short. The origin world or the origin Dao? At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's voice rang in his mind. Not everyone was like Song Mao. The origin world was the origin Dao. Under normal circumstances, the origin world was the place to fight. The origin Dao was the foundation that made one strong. Fong Ping looked back at Life King's origin world. Life King's origin world was not big, but it felt very thick. Fong Ping might not be able to break it. The origin Dao. There's a high chance that there's a huge flaw in his origin Dao. I don't believe he'll be able to merge Qi Huanyu's Dao and his Dao. The other three agreed with Fong Ping's words. There was a problem with Fate King's Dao. His flaw was almost obvious. No matter what, continuing someone else's path would not be as smooth as his own. Go. As Fong Ping spoke in his mind, he began to float forward. This was the Dao of Fate King. It was very wide, about 1,000 meters wide. This was the second Emperor-level powerhouse Dao that Fong Ping had entered. The first one was Old Zhang. Life King's path was not as wide as Old Zhang's, but 1,000 meters wide was not considered narrow. Qi Huanyu was a peerless rank 9, and his origin Dao was only 100 meters wide. The few true gods that Fong Ping had killed were also far inferior to a Life King. One had to admit that Fate King's talent was indeed top-notch. If it wasn't for this, Fate King, who was considered a rising star, wouldn't have been able to reach this stage in just a few hundred years. Fate King had only been the Heavens Will Hall Master for about 300 years. As soon as he stepped into the Life King's Dao, Fong Ping could feel the difference. On both sides, tens of thousands of people knelt. Kowtow. In the middle of the 1,000-meter-wide road was a main road that looked like an imperial road. On both sides of the road, countless people in catacombs robes were kowtowing. Emperor! Emperor! Supreme and supreme! When Fong Ping stepped into the middle of the road, this thought suddenly arose in his mind. It was a sudden thought. I am a supreme existence. he did not see some of Life King's memories. Only these wills were attacking Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not expect that Life King's origin Dao was actually a Dao similar to the Emperor Dao. It was slightly different from Zhang Tao's. It was also slightly different from Fong Ping's. Fong Ping, Zhang Tao, and Life King, all three of them had people in their origin Dao. In Fong Ping's origin Dao, there were many acquaintances. They were all living in the origin Dao now, opening up the Dao. There was no division of priority. There was no such thing as surrendering and kowtowing. Fong Ping had never thought about this. Although he only had a glimpse of Zhang Tao's Dao last time, Fong Ping saw that there were people on both sides of the road. They did not kowtow. They were all standing. However, Fong Ping had some impression of their admiring gazes. Zhang Tao, human king. Life king. Perhaps he was also considered a human king? Or an immortal king? If the catacombs humans called themselves immortals. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly thought of Li Zhu. What was this fellow's Dao like? He was also the master of the catacombs royal court. Back then, he was also revered by the people of Sky Plant Royal Court. Could it be that Li Zhu's Dao was also like that? In the Dao, some low voices could be heard. Unify God Continent. Congratulations to the king. The people were all kowtowing and congratulating Life King for unifying God Continent. The first few thousand meters were filled with such scenes and voices. Towards the end, there were some changes. There were fewer people. Around 5,000 meters away, a voice could be heard from the void. You want me to submit to you? What rights do you have to make me submit to you? King, you are not qualified. Among the 8 ancient kings, only the heavenly king dares to call himself a king. There are countless true gods. The few heavenly kings are like frogs in a well. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Who are you? Heaven Realm, King Zhen. In the void, 2 figures appeared. One was Life King and the other was King General. Fong Ping was slightly surprised. This meant that King Zhen only appeared when Life King's Dao reached this stage. 5,000 meters. It was probably when Life King became the Hall Master of the true King Hall, right? When he became the Hall Master, he wasn't as strong as he was now. These scenes flashed by in an instant. Very soon, Fong Ping continued to walk forward and saw a completely different scene. Father wants to become stronger. Heaven Realm. 3 realms. Heavenly Court. 8 kings. In the void, Life King muttered to himself as he looked up at the starry sky. He wanted to become stronger. When he became a true king, he felt that unifying God Continent was his ultimate goal. When he walked 5,000 meters, he felt that he could fight against any expert. In the entire universe, the Demon Emperor and the 2 kings might not be much stronger than him. But that day, he met King General that day. He knew that there was always someone stronger than him and he was still too weak. It was also that day that he changed his mind. Unify God Continent? No, unify the 3 realms. He wanted to become an emperor. But he didn't have the strength to do so. He realized that he was too weak. He wasn't as strong as King General. King Zhen caused his golden body to crack in 3 moves. King Zhen looked at him coldly and asked him, submit or die? He chose to submit. His great cause had not been completed, and his lofty aspirations had not been fulfilled. How could he die? But he wasn't willing. Thus, he made a decision that day. According to a fortuitous encounter he had many years ago, he wanted to find a blood relative to him to groom him into the Dao. He wanted to walk on his Dao and continue his own Dao. Only then would he be able to quickly become an emperor like King Zhen mentioned. The Dao of origin was harder the further one walked. When he reached 6,000 meters, he was walking at the speed of a turtle. Walking on the second Dao wasn't the same Dao. Zhang Tao and the others knew that the increase was small. He also knew that no matter how far he walked, he might not be able to become an emperor unless he reached 10,000 meters on the second Dao. But what if he combined the two Daos? Scenes of the past appeared in Fang Ping's eyes. Life King also had his own changes in heart. His ambition had changed. It was no longer to unify God continent. His goal was the three realms. When Fang Ping was about 6,000 meters away, he saw a different scene. This was the first time he saw a different scene in a powerhouse's Dao. The Dao at the back was actually wider, about 2,000 meters. Greetings, Life Emperor. The three realms are unified. Congratulations to the Emperor. More people appeared on both sides of the Dao. At this moment, these people were kowtowing. Even though they were just illusions, they gave off an extremely powerful feeling. Fang Ping was surprised. Life King actually wanted to unify the three realms at this moment. He was going to be crowned as the Emperor. This fellow was really capable. However, he had to admit that when his ambition became bigger, his Dao of origin actually became wider. This was something that was extremely surprising. How much can Life King's Dao of origin increase? Fang Ping had some thoughts. Life King didn't continue Qi Huanyu's Dao previously, but he seemed to have the combat strength of an emperor. If not, he wouldn't be qualified to be on the same level as emperors like Sky Demon King. It was said that Life King had a backup plan and a special ability. Could this be it? Fang Ping's Dao of origin was 3,000 meters wide and increased by 30%. Could it be that Life King had an additional 20% increase? If that was the case, it made sense why he had the confidence to be arrogant. His own Dao had walked close to 8,000 meters and increased by 70%. 2,000 meters wide and increased by 20%. The second Dao had probably walked no less than 3,000 meters. Even if it was weakened by half, it was still a 15% increase. In other words, Life King had actually achieved the increase of an emperor. He was already considered an emperor before this. But his Dao is a little strange. The front is actually not as wide as the back. Fang Ping was a little confused. He also could not figure out if this was the increase. If everyone's Dao of origin could increase, then Old Zhang's side, Old Zhang's Dao of origin is 10,000 meters wide and the increase is already 100%. Then, could it be that he didn't walk very far on the Dao at all? Fang Ping had always thought that Old Zhang was so strong because he did not see the end last time. He only saw about 10,000 meters last time. At this battle, Old Zhang's combat strength was comparable to the 36 saints. That meant that it had exceeded 80,000 meters. However, did Old Zhang really walk 80,000 meters on the Dao? Not necessarily. Maybe it had something to do with the width he walked. His combat strength increase was actually somewhat similar to Fang Ping's. Old Zhang's origin Dao might not really walk as far as he imagined. This old man might also be hiding his strength. Just like Fang Ping, he publicized that he walked 800 meters in a day. It's very possible. This old man is very cunning. Maybe he walked 20 to 30,000 meters at most? Fang Ping muttered in his heart. The possibility was very high. How could the origin Dao walk so fast? Broadening was also difficult. However, Old Zhang's coalescence Dao had always been integrating other Dao. Perhaps this was his capital for broadening. The increase of a saint is at least 7 times. If Old Zhang walked 30,000 meters, it would be 2 times. If it's 10,000 meters wide, the increase is 100%, then it would be 2 times. It's very likely that this is the case. 2 times seems stronger than a saint. However, one should not forget that the longer one walked on the Dao, the stronger one's foundation would be. Old Zhang's foundation might not be that high because he did not walk as far as others. However, he walked horizontally wide, covering this flaw, and others did not notice it. If that's the case, Old Zhang's future is very bright. Fang Ping sighed as he walked. The shorter one walked now actually meant that the future was brighter. When everyone else could not walk anymore, one could still walk. Then, one would only need time to surpass everyone. Fang Ping thought of this and felt even more emotional. Old Zhang was very similar to him. Both of them appeared to the outside world that they had walked very far on the origin Tao. However, in reality, they probably only knew how weak they were. The origin did not walk very far. 7,000 meters, 8,000 meters. As Fang Ping continued to walk forward, very soon, he knew that he had arrived. The scene in front of him became more and more bizarre. It was as if two different worlds had been grafted together. The 2,000 meters road narrowed again. The road in front of him was less than 1,000 meters wide. This was Qi Huanyu's Tao, but it was also different. This was actually cultivated by the Life King himself, so it was wider and longer than Qi Huanyu's. Two great Tao had merged here. Fang Ping hurriedly went forward to check, frowning slightly. The two Tao seemed to be connected perfectly. He had thought that there would be gaps when they were pieced together like this. If there were no gaps, could the few of them cut off the Life King's Emperor-level Tao? What should I do? Fang Ping looked at the narrowing road in front of him and felt a little helpless. Should he take action now? It would be fine if he did not move. Once he moved, the Life King would definitely notice. If he could not injure the Life King with his first move, it would be almost impossible to kill him. Why don't we try? This is the convergence point of the two Tao. There will be gaps. Maybe we can cut off his Tao if we attack. Or we can go to the boundary 5,000 meters away. King Zhen appeared there and also caused his Tao to change. Maybe there's a weakness too. The few of them discussed continuously. They could not be careless. If they failed, they might not have another chance. Fang Ping's eyes flickered and he said quickly, maybe there's still a chance. The Tao in front is Qi Huanyu's Tao. Maybe. I can try to summon Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping's heart moved slightly. Maybe it was really possible. Qi Huanyu's Tao had collapsed and died, but his origin Tao was still there. It might not be impossible for him to appear here. That fellow is extremely arrogant. Even if he dies, he wants to die by his own hands. Now that his Tao has been taken over by the Life King, can he really bear it? If that's the case, living in someone else's origin world for the rest of his life would be worse than death. Fang Ping did as he thought of it. In the next moment, he stepped into the narrow path. Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping's voice was ethereal as he called out softly. He was also frightened. He did not want to wake the Life King up. Also, was Qi Huanyu really here? This was the first time he encountered such a thing. The outside world. The Life King frowned slightly. He felt uncomfortable. At this moment, the War King was still cursing. This made the Life King even more uncomfortable. He was uncomfortable. Not far away, unquestionable Jian, who had been keeping a low profile, also had his eyes flickering. Just now he seemed to have sensed something. Who's spying on me? Is there another powerhouse in the dark? Unquestionable Jian looked around. He had also sensed something unusual just now. He restrained his aura. Could it be that something unexpected happened today? Or, someone in the tomb of heaven was spying on him? Unquestionable Jian became even more careful. That kind of spying seemed to reach his heart. He even felt that the origin was leaking out. Ashkat? Unquestionable Jian suddenly thought of Ashkat. Where was Ashkat? This time, Ashkat did not appear. Could it have gone to sleep? That could not be right. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao would definitely make use of Ashkat's combat strength. This tomb of heaven. Could it be Ashkat's doing? The thought flashed past unquestionable Jian's mind. He dared not think too deeply about it. If he did, Ashkat would sense it easily. Zhang Tao should have a backup plan. Those days, he disappeared mysteriously for a period of time. The other summits also disappeared. Maybe it has something to do with the tomb of heaven here. Unquestionable Jian's eyes flickered again. Today's incident was probably not over yet. Perhaps there would be more changes in the future. Just as he was thinking about this, Far away, Heavenly King Jin saw Life King and the others closing in. He suddenly said, "Unquestionable Jian, I've done you a favor. Today, it's time to return the favor." Unquestionable Jian was silent. Heavenly King Jin said in a low voice, "I don't care what you're planning. If you don't save me this time, don't blame me for spoiling your plan." Heavenly King Jin, "Why do you have to force me?" Unquestionable Sword responded faintly. "Force me?" Heavenly King Jin snorted coldly. "It's only right to repay a debt. Since you owe this old man a favor, you'll have to pay it back. Don't think that you dare to challenge me just because you hid some strength. There were many people who schemed against you in Empyrean. I don't ask for much. If Empyrean dares to participate in the battle, just kill them." If the Empyrean emperors did not participate in the battle, would Life King really dare to lead the catacombs powerhouses to fight? At this moment, Heavenly King Jin could only do so. Unquestionable Jian had the strength to stop Empyrean emperors. Unquestionable Jian was silent for a moment again. He took a step forward and looked at Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu and the others. He said lightly, "I owe Heavenly King Jin a favor. Everyone, retreat." Unquestionable Jian. Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu's expression was ugly. He had just finished speaking when a streak of sword chi swept in front of his face. Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu's body flashed with golden light. A moment later, everyone saw a shocking scene. Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu, whose strength was close to saint level, had a bloody mark on his face. Blood flowed non-stop. Return it or not? Unquestionable Jian was still indifferent. "If you don't retreat, you'll all die." The venerable emperors of Empyrean emperors were furious but also fearful. The next moment, Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu took a deep breath and looked at Life King. He said, "Leave the Demon Lord to us." Life King cursed in his heart. The Demon Lord was not going to attack at all. What did he mean by "leave it to you"? But at this moment, he was helpless. The venerable emperors of Empyrean emperors didn't dare to participate in the battle when the Demon Lord attacked. Things were going to be troublesome. King Zhen was being held back. So was the venerable emperors of Empyrean emperors. King Kun, King Sun, and Heaven's Pole were still fighting for the divine weapon. It seemed like none of them were going to give up. Obviously, they had no intention of interfering now. Li Zhu was watching from the side, as if it was none of his business. He couldn't wait for them to fight to the end. Obviously, he wouldn't intervene now. Moon Spirit was fighting with the three guardians. Saint Tian Kuei was only concerned about the tomb of heaven. Sea guardian messengers in the sea were the same. They didn't care about them. Looking at the experts around him, King Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad. He, Thousand Goblin King, Heaven Goblin King, Emperor Huatong Mountain, and Luo Fu Mountain were all here. There were 5 venerable emperors. The one from Luo Fu Mountain was close to the Sage Realm. He might even be a Sage Realm warrior. Life King quickly said, "Emperor Luo Fu will deal with dragon transformation. Emperor Huatong will deal with Gong Juanzi. Thousand Goblin King and Heaven Goblin King will deal with Emperor Xianji, Battle King, Thunder King, and Dragon King. What do you think?" Thousand Goblin King and Heaven Goblin King weren't weak. Battle King and Thunder King might only be able to defeat one of them. Dragon King was just an external help after all. He might not even participate in the battle. Life King's arrangement wasn't too difficult. The few venerable emperors nodded indiscernibly. These people from North Sea might not participate in the battle. The situation was clear now. Life King said again, "Even if there are losses, we must kill King Wu this time. These people have used up a lot of their energy and are heavily injured. They are not a threat. A Goblin King and a true King will fight 2 against 1. Don't fight to the death with King Hua and the others. They won't fight to the death either. They will definitely escape at the crucial moment. Once King Hua and the others leave, we will fight 3 against 1. As long as we don't panic and kill the true King of the Land of Rebirth, we won't suffer any losses." Life King could see the situation clearly. The Dragon King and the other powerhouses wouldn't fight to the death. King Hua was the same. As long as there was someone to delay them, they wouldn't fight to the death. Dragon transformation was a bit dangerous. On the human side, there weren't many peak stage powerhouses left. There were just over 30 of them. The combat power ratio was 3:1. If they were careful, there wouldn't be any big problems. Everyone listened quietly. No one questioned him. Life King's arrangement was safe. Moreover, Life King wasn't restrained by anyone. With his strength, he could protect everyone. At this moment, the humans also felt the danger and determination of Life King and the others. Zhang Tao sighed. He didn't expect to be unable to enter the trap when they were at the door. He had miscalculated. The key was still Life King's side. His desire to kill the humans exceeded his expectations. The catacombs that had lost nearly half of their members still had such cohesiveness. Ji Ming, Zhang Tao muttered in a low voice. The crimson saber in his hand appeared again. Let's fight again. Fight to the end. As for the others, Zhang Tao put one hand behind his back and waved lightly. Don't join the battle. Today, let me fight alone. Zhang Tao took a step forward. His eyes were resolute. He growled, Ji Ming, you want to kill me? Bring it on. Life King laughed loudly. That's good. This is the best choice. As he laughed, Life King suddenly felt uneasy. He clutched his chest. His laughter gradually faded. He frowned slightly. This discomfort was becoming more and more obvious. Are you kidding me? I'm an Emperor-level powerhouse. How could I get sick? Zhang Tao's eyes lit up. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this guy? Could it be that there's something wrong with the Great Tao? Ji Ming, give me your life. Today I'll fight Ji Ming alone. No one is allowed to interfere. Zhang Tao roared. Holding the crimson saber, he quickly attacked. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. He would kill him while he was down. Life King frowned. He wanted to check on Zhang Tao, but even if he was heavily injured, he would not underestimate him. He had to fight with all his might. Meanwhile, in the passageway, Qi Huanyu's illusion really appeared. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Qi Huanyu seemed to be at a loss too. The moment Qi Huanyu appeared, Life King's Tao continued to rumble. Fang Ping was shocked. He was afraid that Life King would appear now. Fortunately, it did not. Qi Huanyu, Fang Ping shouted. The illusion did not fluctuate. Fang Ping thought for a while and said quickly, Ji Yao was killed. Ji Hong was killed. Life King killed all of them to avenge his humiliation. I wanted to protect you, but I couldn't. Your Tao has been continued. Life King has become an emperor. He's too powerful. The illusion fluctuated slightly. It seemed to have some reaction. It's true. If you want revenge now, the only way is to destroy Life King's Tao. You can't decide your own Tao. Instead, Life King made use of it and turned it into a killing weapon. He even killed your son and granddaughter. Qi Huanyu, are you willing to die? You refused to admit defeat even before you died. You even wanted to protect your granddaughter. What about now? Now you're the real murderer who killed your granddaughter. At this moment, Qi Huanyu suddenly opened his eyes. The illusion seemed to have become a little more real. Yao Er is dead, yes. Qi Huanyu's illusion trembled. A long, long time ago, when he had lost hope for the future, the word grandfather had filled him with hope for life again. Now he was dead? He had died under his own Tao? Tao or is mine, my Tao? I decide. Qi Huanyu's illusion seemed to only have a trace of remnant consciousness. Its consciousness was a little chaotic, but it still expressed its meaning. Fang Ping quickly said, That's right. You should blow up your own Tao. How can you let others use it? At this moment, the only thought in old Wang and the other two's minds was, this guy was really evil. He tricked the dead every day. This was not the first time Fong Ping had tricked the dead. The Tao trembled. The Tao that was continued seemed to tremble along with the illusion's fluctuations. It became more and more intense. Fong Ping was overjoyed. He had actually done it. It was too amazing. The next moment, the god-slaying saber appeared in Fong Ping's hand. With a shake of his body, Old Wang and the other two appeared. Quick, go and destroy his Tao. I'll sever this Tao that's been continued here. Fong Ping let out a low roar. Seeing that a gap had appeared at the connecting point of the two Taos, he was even more ecstatic. He could not wait for Qi Huanyu to self-destruct. He was afraid that the Life King would find out soon. Therefore, at this moment, he had to sever this Tao that was continued himself. Rumble! The Tao roared, and the road ahead trembled. Old Wang and the other two were wearing divine weapons. They hurried back the way they came, waiting for Fong Ping to attack so that they could destroy it quickly. Kacha, a faint cracking sound rang. Fong Ping sensed that something was amiss. He could not wait any longer. Slash! Fong Ping roared. At this moment, there was no need to hide anymore. The Life King would definitely find out with such a huge commotion. I'm going to slay an emperor today. Break! The god-slaying saber in Fong Ping's hand erupted with intense light. At this moment, the figures in his source world flew out one after another and merged into the Changdao. Break! Break! Countless people were shouting loudly. Only by severing this Tao would there be hope. Rumble! The Changdao slashed through the world and came crashing down. Amid Fong Ping's hysterical roar, the saber came crashing down. The 1,000-meter-wide connecting point already had cracked. As the saber fell along the cracks, almost instantly, a cracking sound rang out. At the same time, on Qi Huanyu's path ahead, Qi Huanyu's silhouette solidified a little. He looked at Fong Ping abruptly and laughed bitterly. I'm dead, I'm dead. I've even been tricked by you, sigh. Having said that, he shook his head slightly. Looking at the broken Tao and the Life King who had just materialized, he laughed suddenly. Have you ever regretted it? At this moment on the path, the Life King's face was deathly pale. He was not in a hurry to deal with Fong Ping. He looked at Qi Huanyu and said lightly, No. The strong are heartless. You exist to continue this king's Tao. I see. A sigh was heard. The next moment, Qi Huanyu walked toward the end of the broken Tao. Life King. Temple Master. Master. In this lifetime, I won't be able to call you father anymore. Farewell, I used to hate you. I don't hate you anymore, ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter was heard. The broken Tao collapsed with a bang, turning into countless fragments and disappearing into the endless darkness. In this world, the last shred of Qi Huanyu's existence had completely dissipated. The Life King's face turned pale again. He looked at Fong Ping abruptly. At this moment, he let out a voice filled with hatred. Fong Ping, I won't rest until you're dead. Rumble! At this moment, explosions were heard from other places as well. The Life King did not care about that. He wanted to kill Fong Ping. Kill Fong Ping. He had been tricked by Fong Ping. His Tao was broken. He could not accept it. He could be defeated by martial kings and powerhouses. He could not accept losing to Fong Ping, to an ant. I won't rest until I'm dead. Green Hat King, watch out. Fong Ping roared, waving his saber and attacking. The Life King with the 8,000-meter Tao was powerful, but he had a divine weapon. It would be of some help. When Old Wang and the others returned later, they would join forces to kill him. Chapter 1009. In the Origin of Tao. Fate King and Fong Ping, one with a spear and the other with a saber, started fighting. Fong Ping was defeated and his projections started to dissipate. However, Fate King trembled when he was slashed by his saber. That wasn't all. At this moment, Fate King's body shook and the Tao shook. It wasn't Old Wang and the rest. King Wu! Fate King bellowed. His eyes were filled with ferocity. He was being attacked from both inside and outside. He was still fighting with King Wu outside. "I'll kill you first." Fate King had never hated someone so much before. Fang Ping, this insignificant person, rose up so quickly. Now, his emperor's path was broken. He couldn't accept this. Moreover, if he didn't kill Fang Ping, the origin of Tao would be disturbed. How could he go out and fight? Fate King's body trembled, but he only left a little bit of his consciousness to fight Zhang Tao. Fang Ping was more hateful than King Wu. Soul severing. Fate King swept his spear. Fang Ping felt his soul leaving his body. The powerful spear light shattered his projection. At this moment, Old Wang and the rest arrived. "I'm invincible!" "Invincible!" Tai Tu roared. He dashed forward in his emperor armor and threw a punch. He couldn't shake Fate King's spear, but he used his emperor armor to block the spear and continued to attack Fang Ping. Rumble! Tai Tu was sent flying. The next moment, Wang Jinyang drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow shot over and pierced through the Life King's arm. Yao Qing merged his body with his spear. He teleported and aimed at Fate King's head. Invincible! The human race is invincible! These fellows seemed to be hypnotizing themselves. The more they shouted, the stronger their aura became. Fang Ping regained his senses and shouted, "I'm invincible! I've never lost! I've never lost a battle! How dare you, Green Hat King, fight me?" The more he shouted, the more solid his body became. Fang Ping was overjoyed. "Yes, I'm invincible! I'm invincible! I've never lost!" As for how many years he had lived and how he would run away when he met a powerhouse, those were all extra. He had never lost to anyone. Didn't he kill all the powerful enemies in the past? From the Sky Gate City Lord to the Magic City Catacombs, to now, I've killed countless people. How can trash like you, Life King, compare to me? He lost to King Zhen in 3 moves. Useless. After cultivating for so many years, you relied on an outsider's Tao to achieve the Tao. Trash. You can't even compare to a martial king. Trash. Son turning into grandson. Trash. A family of trash, and you're the most trash. Fang Ping cursed as he fought. The 4 of them did not combine but split up to attack Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping realized that it might be better if they split up. Now that they were separated, everyone had the opportunity to display their strength. Lao Wang was calm and collected. He did not get close to the Life King and stood far away. If there was a chance, he would shoot an arrow to injure the Life King. If there was no chance, he would destroy the Great Path. Clad in Emperor armor, Iron Head took the lead. He did not dodge or evade, blocking the attacks for Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun. Yao Qingjuan's god-vanquishing spear gave off a dazzling radiance. Every time it struck the Life King's body would tremble. Fang Ping's god-slaying saber had the strongest explosive force. Although the god-slaying saber might not be as complete as the other divine weapons, Fang Ping himself was strong enough. Now that he was fighting, naturally, he would be stronger than the others. Fate King's eyes were cold and sharp. Perhaps he was angry and sullen. If it were any other day, he would have killed these small fries in an instant. However, he was in the Origin Tao. His Origin Tao had just been severely injured, and there were people attacking his body from the outside world. His strength was less than 10% of his original strength. Not only that, these few people all had divine weapons. Divine weapons targeted the Origin Tao, so their destructive power was stronger. Bastard! The Life King hated Fang Ping the most. At this moment, he allowed Yao Qingjun and Old Wang to attack. He sent Iron Head flying with a spear and swept across Fang Ping. Rumble! An explosion was heard. Fang Ping's body exploded, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. "I'm invincible, the number 1 in the 3 realms." Fang Ping roared again and said quickly, "Attack his Origin Tao and break his Tao." At this moment, everyone was attacking the Life King while attacking his Tao. In the blink of an eye, the previously flat Tao was now full of potholes. The Life King's expression changed again. At this moment, his body trembled again. Zhang Tao, who was outside, seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and was attacking his body crazily. Fang Ping noticed the change in his body. Sensing this scene, Fang Ping was also surprised. Then, he became anxious. It could not be too long, or else the Life King's abnormality would definitely be noticed. In fact, at this moment, the people outside had already noticed that something was wrong. The Life King was fighting with the heavily injured Martial King, but he was actually being suppressed. This was too abnormal. At this moment, the Celestial Demon King and the others were ready to make a move. They were already ready to attack. Fang Ping was anxious. Merge! Kill him! Fang Ping roared again. In the next moment, the four of them quickly gathered together. In the blink of an eye, a monster appeared. Fang Ping was the leader. At this moment, his aura was much stronger. Green Hat King, go to hell! Fang Ping roared and slashed with his Changdao. The Life King had just blocked the Changdao. In the next moment, a long spear emerged from his chest and stabbed into his chest. That was not all. Suddenly, a head emerged from his arm and bit the Life King's arm. The bite made the Life King's arm smoke continuously. On the other side, Old Wang's longbow turned into a Changdao. Wang Jinyang was also a saber Dao powerhouse. At this moment, when he slashed with his saber, it was not weaker than Fang Ping's. With the four of them as one, they could use all kinds of moves. Although the Life King was stronger than them at this time, he was being attacked from both inside and outside. He was extremely aggrieved and uncomfortable. However, very soon, the Life King calmed down. You guys can't kill me. When the Myriad Demon King and the others attack and kill Martial King, I will slowly deal with you guys. Although Fang Ping and the others had broken his Dao and destroyed his great path, they could not kill him. Can't kill you. You're really confident. I'll show you how I kill today. At this moment, a broken stone tablet suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's hand. Without saying a word, Fang Ping threw the stone tablet toward the faraway passage. Explode. Anyway, I can only use it a few times. I don't want it anymore. I'll self-destruct the divine weapon and blow up your great path. The Life King's expression changed drastically. But it was too late. There was a rumble. The stone tablet exploded and was instantly shattered. It was not only the stone tablet that was shattered. At the same time, the 8,000 meters great path broke apart at the 5,000 meters connection point with a crack. Damn it! The Life King went crazy. In this lifetime, he had walked his Dao to 8,000 meters. Previously, it was Qi Huanyu's Dao that was broken. In fact, it did not hurt his foundation. But now his own Dao was severed. You guys deserve to die. The Life King had really gone crazy. It was broken. From now on, if he lived, he would only be a true king whose origin had only walked 5,000 meters. He was still far away from emperor level. From the number one in the catacombs, he had become an existence that could not even be compared to the Maple King. No. How could he unify the three realms like this? The Life King's spear exploded. With a rumble, Fang Ping and the others showed signs of disintegration. However, his origin path was broken, his injuries worsened, and his strength was greatly reduced. He could not break up Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping was in for a penny, in for a pound. Just as the great path exploded, he suddenly ignored the Life King and ran forward frantically, attacking the great path everywhere. He wanted to break his great path first. Fang Ping! The Life King roared in anger, fighting to the death. However, Fang Ping let Iron Head move to the back to face the enemy while he slashed wildly. The stone tablet self-destructed. After all, it was a divine weapon. Even if it was only a broken one, the remaining great path still collapsed from the explosion. Fang Ping slashed continuously along these cracks. In his hands, the god-slaying saber exploded with intense light. Fang Ping's wealth consumption had also reached a peak. At this moment, tens of millions of wealth were passing by every second. Rumble! The great path continued to collapse. Behind them, Old Wang wielded his saber and waved it. Iron Head roared, "Hurry up, this guy is crazy. Fang Ping, we can't hold on any longer." Old Wang also said quickly, "Fang Ping, our origin is about to disperse." They had entered the Life King's origin path, but it did not mean that the origin would always be this strong. It was also being consumed. At this moment it was almost at its limit. Fang Ping heard that and his expression changed slightly. He roared again and slashed his saber down. Crack, the sound of shattering was heard again. A path hundreds of meters long was slashed by him and fell off. Fang Ping. The Life King went crazy, roaring incessantly. Meanwhile, Old Wang and the others were getting weaker and weaker. Fang Ping could not let them dissipate completely. Otherwise, their bodies would become the living dead. Seeing that, he shouted, "You guys go, I'll kill him." Fang Ping, it's okay. How strong is he now? My origin path is also 3,000 meters long, not shorter than him. With the divine weapon in hand, let's see who can survive until the end. 3,000 meters, the few of them were stunned. They had to admit that Fang Ping's silhouette was still very solid. He was much stronger than them. They did not hesitate anymore. They were about to dissipate. If they did not leave now, they would really become the living dead. Moreover, if they continued to fight, their strength would weaken. The more they fought, the weaker they would become. In the end, they would die for nothing. Their silhouettes flashed and disappeared in the great path almost instantly. Seeing that, Fang Ping scolded, "I told you to go, so go. You didn't even bother to be polite. You have no conscience." At this moment, the Life King's eyes were cold. He no longer roared but said coldly, "I'm still not dead. Fang Ping, it's time for you to die. What are you so arrogant about?" Fang Ping held the god-slaying saber in his hand and said angrily, "I'll explode the god-slaying saber and blow you to death." The Life King was stunned. At this moment, Fang Ping slashed with his saber and sent him flying dozens of meters. "Idiot!" Fang Ping scolded again. "The god-slaying saber is still useful. I'm not going to explode it." After sending the Life King flying, Fang Ping turned around and continued to hack at the avenue in a frenzy. Crack! A crisp sound was heard again. A few hundred meters of the avenue was cut off again. Fate King had gone mad. He watched helplessly as Fang Ping severed his great Tao of origin bit by bit, watched helplessly as his aura dropped bit by bit. He had really gone mad. He had almost fallen from the Dharch level to the weak true monarch level. In the outside world, Zhang Tao seemed to have realized something. He was actually coughing up blood and flying backward. He was no longer crushing him, but rather, fighting on equal footing with him. Just like that, Thousand Goblin King and the others actually stopped. Ming Wang's expression changed. Suddenly, he wanted to disappear from this place. He wanted to return to his original body and let Thousand Goblin King and the others attack to free him from Zhang Tao. If he wanted to leave, Fang Ping could not stop him. At that moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. If this guy left, there would be trouble. Just as he was thinking this, a broken figure appeared in the next second. Zhang Tao laughed when he saw Fang Ping. "Kid, I knew it was you. Good job." He could also enter the origin to fight. Any powerhouse could. However, he was severely injured previously. His origin had collapsed badly. Fate King's strength was at its peak. If he entered, he would be courting death. However, he felt the changes in Fate King and felt that Fate King wanted to return. Although he did not know if he had guessed correctly, he was still willing to take the risk. He was right. It was really Fang Ping, this kid, who was secretly plotting against Fate King. Just as Fate King was about to leave, Zhang Tao grabbed him out of the darkness. With a wave of his hand, he slashed. Fang Ping followed quickly. Zhang Tao's strength was not strong at this time. Fang Ping felt that he might not be as strong as him. He had no choice but to join forces. Old Zhang, you're so weak. Cut the crap. Look, without me, would you have been beaten to death? Fang Ping chopped Fate King's head off with one slash. He laughed and said, You can't do it. Can you chop off his head? Zhang Tao was speechless. Nonsense. I don't even have a divine weapon. It's already good enough that I can hold Fate King back. Then, he said quickly, Hurry, this guy's aura is declining rapidly. Soon, he won't be able to hide it anymore. We must kill him quickly. Do you think I'm dead? Fate King's head recovered. He roared in anger. He did not expect to be overturned in the blink of an eye when he had the absolute advantage just a moment ago. These two fellows were actually discussing how to kill him right in front of him. Shut up, trash. Both of them scolded at the same time. Zhang Tao scolded. He said quickly, Give me the saber. You only know how to chop, chop, chop. You don't have any skills at all. Hurry up. Fang Ping mumbled. Without hesitation, he tossed the god-slaying saber to him. When Zhang Tao received the god-slaying saber, his aura changed instantly. Under Fang Ping's shocked gaze, Zhang Tao's saber slid across the void gently. Just as Fate King's expression changed drastically and he was about to retreat, the Changdao deviated at an odd angle and slashed at Dao. Crack! Another section of Dao crumbled and fell off. Zhang Tao chuckled. This is called a diversion. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at Dao again. Fate King roared in anger and charged forward with his spear. However, at this moment, Fang Ping suddenly appeared at Zhang Tao's position, facing the crazy Fate King. As for Zhang Tao, he continued to slash at Dao, laughing. This is called shift transposition. Fang Ping, on the other hand, scolded loudly. Transposition, my ass. I don't have a divine weapon in my hands. How can I be Fate King's opponent? Zhang Tao, this old fellow wants to kill me. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's figure was beaten until it dissipated slightly. As for Zhang Tao, he slashed another section of Dao with his saber. As Fang Ping cursed, he turned around and slashed at Fate King, laughing. What's the rush? You won't die. I'll teach you how to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, under Fang Ping's shocked gaze, Zhang Tao suddenly slid along the ground like a loach. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he slid past Fate King's crotch and slashed out with his saber. Ah! Fate King screamed. Zhang Tao did not care. He laughed. This is called crotch slashing. Don't use it when there are too many people. Witnesses, kill the enemy. Beat up your own people too. Don't tell anyone. A dignified martial king slid into someone's crotch. This would probably make people's jaws drop. For powerhouses, sometimes their pride was more important than their lives. However, Zhang Tao did not care about this. It was not the first time he did this. Moreover, this was an illusory body. He had done it with his real body many times. At this moment, he was still a little dissatisfied. This doesn't feel real. In reality, although the golden body is said to have no weaknesses, if this thing is slashed and exploded, it will more or less affect it. Learn a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao opened his mouth wide and spat at Fate King. This was just a projection. However, at this moment, the thick phlegm seemed real. Fate King almost went crazy with anger. He dodged instinctively. This dodging was exactly what Zhang Tao wanted. Crack! Zhang Tao slashed his saber at the spot where Fate King dodged. He laughed. This is called prediction. If you can't predict, then take the initiative to create opportunities. Let the enemy fight according to your fighting style. Kid, don't think that humans are weak. Humans have been through hundreds of battles. No one can compare to us. We've been fighting all our lives. I, Zhang Tao, have experienced more than 6,000 battles in my life. They're all life and death battles. In Ji Ming's life, how many times did he have such experiences? How many times did people like King Kuan have? We can't see anything now. When our strengths are equal, these people are just grandsons. What do they think they are? If one's strength was inferior and was crushed, then naturally, humans were inferior. But when their strengths were equal, humans were the strongest. Although they lived for a short period of time, no martial artist of any era was like the neo-martial artists. In just a short few decades, they had been fighting almost all their lives. Some of the powerhouses of the Castellans from other regions had more battle experience than these powerhouses. Because they were also fighting. Zhang Tao looked down on people like Fate King. This was from the bottom of his heart. We are the strongest, invincible among our ranks. Because we are fighting until we are of the same rank, not cultivating to a higher rank. At this moment, Zhang Tao was imparting his knowledge. Soon, his expression changed slightly. There's no time. After killing this guy, I'll bring people to charge into the Sky Gate. Fang Ping, Sino Nation is in your hands. The human race is in your hands. Don't let me down. You're still too young. Bear with it if you can. I can't bear with it. That's because I've been holding it in for decades. Now is the time to fight. You have to endure it. Even if you have to be treated as a grandson, it doesn't matter. You can fall out with them when you have the strength. If there's a powerful enemy that hasn't left yet, and we can't make it back, you can try going to Startown. There's a spatial battlefield there, and that old bastard Heavenly King Subjugation has imprisoned a powerful expert there. Zhen Xing. There's Zhen Wu. You can give it a try. Of course, it's a double-edged sword, and it's very dangerous. There must be a reason why the old man suppressed him. Having said that, Zhang Tao did not wait for Fang Ping's reply. He turned around and looked at the remaining 1,000-meter-wide road. Ignoring the Fate King's horrified expression, he raised his saber and slashed down. Fang Ping, be careful. With a low roar, Zhang Tao slashed down with his saber. With a loud boom, the 1,000-meter-wide path exploded. At the same time, the god-slaying saber fell into Zhang Tao's hands. Zhang Tao's silhouette dimmed. He shouted, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared on the spot. Fang Ping looked at the Life King. At this moment, the Life King's apparition was cracking. Fang Ping suddenly slashed with his saber. He bellowed, "The one who killed you, Fang Ping! Kill the Emperor!" Old Zhang had killed a Dharch before, and this time, he had done it himself. The Life King had not died completely. At this moment, he was filled with grief and indignation. He would rather be killed by King Wu than die in Fang Ping's hands. Explode! The Life King roared. He would rather self-destruct his broken body than let Fang Ping kill him. Fang Ping cursed under his breath. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. The Green Hat King still had such gut. He would rather self-destruct than let Fang Ping kill him. He had gone too far. The moment Fang Ping disappeared. In the outside world, many powerhouses felt that something was wrong. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly turned upside down. It seemed like someone was crying and wailing. Blood rain poured down. At this moment, it was even more shocking than the fall of Chang Rong Heavenly Emperor. Between heaven and earth, a collapsed Tao appeared. There seemed to be someone on the Tao. "The one who killed you, Fang Ping. Kill the Emperor." In the midst of countless people's shock, the Life King's sorrowful and indignant explosion sounded. The Tao exploded with a loud bang. On the catacomb side, everyone was dumbfounded. Some people's eyes suddenly turned red, suddenly feeling incomparably sad. The Life King did not walk an ordinary Tao. Woo 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 in the void, a sorrowful cry came out of nowhere. Earthly Emperor Tao. At this moment someone murmured. It was not the Earthly Emperor Tao, but the Earthly Emperor Tao. The Life King actually walked such a Tao. It was the first time everyone knew. In the next moment, everyone did not have time to be shocked. Instead, the Life King was dead? He died just like that. Killed by Fong Ping? How was that possible? The Life King was an emperor level. How could Fong Ping cut off his Tao? Where was Fong Ping? This series of unforeseen events shocked those heavenly kings into a daze. Moon Spirit, this crazy woman, also paused for a moment. The lunatic celestial pole was also slightly stunned. He did not know Fong Ping, but from the projection just now, he could see that the other party's strength was very weak. The earthly emperor was dead? Woo woo woo, the sorrowful cry continued. Zhang Tao, who had woken up one step earlier, did not care about this at all. At this moment, he and all the human peerless powerhouses, at their fastest speed, almost instantly rushed into the door. As for Heavenly King Zhen, he seemed to be prepared. Just as Li Zhu and the others reacted and were about to attack, a big seal fell from the sky, suppressing all directions. Suppress. As soon as the word suppress came out, the whole world seemed to be suppressed. There was silence. The sorrowful cries stopped for a moment. The blood rain suddenly stopped, stopping in midair, no longer moving. Everything happened too fast. It was unbelievably fast, so fast that the Heavenly King powerhouses were in a daze. The Life King's death was too unexpected. The powerhouses who knew about Fong Ping were even more stunned that the person who killed him was Fong Ping. No one expected Zhang Tao and the others to take this opportunity to break out. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen made his move. The strength that erupted shocked those Heavenly King powerhouses. Even time seemed to be suppressed. Too powerful. As for Heavenly King Zhen, his face paled. He quickly retracted the seal and rushed into the door. While they were still in shock, in the next moment, a figure shot over. It was shockingly fat. Mine, this cat's. The celestial tomb is mine, the 9 emperors' seal is mine, it's all mine. The cat roared, flustered and exasperated. Don't go in, don't go in. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors' Tao fruit that I planted is almost ripe, don't go in. Meow, it's this cat's. The cat seemed to be on the verge of exploding. It madly rushed toward the door, tears almost falling from its eyes. But at this moment the whole world was silent. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors' Tao fruit? As if thinking of something, King Kun no longer cared about the earthly emperor sword. He shouted, "Generals of the divine sect, go in. Let's go. Hurry!" The 9 emperors and 4 emperors' Tao fruit. D*MN, what is this cat doing? Is it going to become the emperor of emperors? The powerhouses were all stunned. It was said that the cat did not cultivate, did not care about the celestial tomb, and did not go to the celestial tomb. It was not that it did not want to go, but that this cat had planted the 9 emperors and 4 emperors' Tao. What kind of Tao was it trying to plant? The heavenly kings went crazy. They no longer cared about others and rushed inside. Not only them, but the sages and the powerhouses who had arrived also rushed inside. At this moment the door seemed to be closing. At this moment, some venerable sovereigns no longer cared about the Life King's death. They all rushed inside. Get out. I'll go first. One by one, the venerable sovereigns rushed inside. Myriad Demon King and Sky Demon King looked at each other. They knew that they were not powerful enough and might not be able to get the treasure. At this moment they looked at each other and roared, "Kings of the divine continent, go in. Otherwise, when King Wu returns, we will all die." If they did not bring people in, how could they get the treasure? There were so many powerhouses inside. How could they let them be the winners? On the side of the catacombs, everyone was in a state of panic. The Life King was dead, and the Destiny Royal Court was without a leader. After the betrayal of King Hua and King Feng, the powerhouses of the Sky Plant's Royal Court were also without a leader. At this moment, being watched by 2 venerable sovereigns, even though they were worried, they had no choice but to follow and rush inside. They were not the only ones. Figures appeared from all directions and disappeared into the door in the blink of an eye. The cat's words were too shocking. The Tao fruit of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Whoever got it would be more powerful than the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Countless powerhouses rushed inside crazily. In the sky, the 2 of them did not move. Even Moon Spirit rushed in because King Kuan and the others had gone in. The 2 of them had also rushed in with their people. The 2 of them did not move. One was Li Zhu, and the other was the Devil Emperor. The 2 of them looked at each other and frowned slightly. At this moment, the fat cat was still panting as it flew toward the door. It had not reached the place yet. The fat cat roared, "Don't steal my things, don't! I'll give you the divine artifact, the Tao fruit is mine, meow meow." The cat was so anxious that it did not even speak. It kept meowing. The Devil Emperor watched it fly over and frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment and quickly rushed into the door. He did not want to face the cat. He left, but Li Zhu was not in a hurry. He looked at the cat. The cat did not care about him. With a burst of speed, it quickly reached the door. Tears fell from its eyes as it quickly disappeared into the door. Seeing this, Li Zhu's frown deepened. The cat actually went in? This cat really planted the Tao of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors? At this moment, as the cat entered, the door seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Li Zhu sighed. Although he felt that something was wrong, what if it was true? There were all kinds of strange things on the cat's side. It was not impossible for it to do such a thing. Forget it. Li Zhu sighed softly and shook his head slightly. He stepped out and quickly disappeared into the door. After he left, some figures rushed in one after another. They were extremely fast and rushed in one after another. There were monsters and humans. The Tao fruit of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. The cat's voice was not soft. These people had long been hiding in the surroundings. Now, how could they give up this rare opportunity? Rumble. The door trembled and was about to completely collapse. On the door, the cat's head seemed to be smiling. This lasted for about 3 minutes until no one else entered. And with a rumble, the door collapsed. The moment the door collapsed, something that looked like an iron wall blocked the hole in the void. At this moment, a true god broke through the void and crashed into it with a rumble. Then, he flew backward. The true god was stunned for a moment, then he frantically roared, "No! Why? I'm going to die. Let me in. Let me in." This person madly bombarded the void, but there was no response. Not only that, the void was healing, and the place where the door was seemed to be fading and disappearing. "No. I'm just a step late, let me in." A sorrowful cry sounded. He was unwilling. After waiting for thousands of years, he was actually blocked outside the door. He was unwilling. The world gradually returned to its calm. The door completely disappeared. In the void, a true god wailed loudly and crazily, hammering the void, his hands covered in blood. The blood clouds and the blood rain gradually dissipated. The forbidden sea slowly calmed down. The war was over. With Ming Wang, Chang Rong Heavenly Emperor, Nameless Heavenly Emperor, several emperors and hundreds of true gods falling, the war came to an end. P.S. My monthly votes have been sold out, please buy some monthly votes. Chapter 1010. But you're just a bunch of King pirated trash. What are you trying to do in my book review section? Cram as far as you can. Don't King come and disgust me. Who the CK do you think you are? I don't steal or rob when I write my books. I rely on my hard work to earn money. I rely on my hard work to get on the list. Do I need you to come here to proclaim how awesome Squid is? How much trash am I? If you want to read, then read. If you don't want to read, then scram. A few words on global martial arts, currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 10:11. There was no need to fight for first place in the monthly votes, nor was there a need to. This was my attitude. I said that I should fight for first place this month, because everyone supported me. They felt that if I didn't fight now, I wouldn't have a chance anymore. However, I felt that there was no need. I didn't want a bunch of idiots to say that I was using others to create hype. There was no need. Gao Wu had occupied first place in the bestseller rankings for more than half a year. This was strength. Sorry, there shouldn't be many on Qidian who had occupied it longer than me. The bestseller rankings were the money. I didn't need to use others to create hype. Those trash, shut up. When Gao Wu was first, he never went to other people to create hype. I don't understand where the sense of superiority of trash comes from. This matter ends here. I won't fight for it this month. Everyone should just focus on reading. Global High Martial Arts. Sorry, there's no need to vote for me. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 10:12. After the War of the North and South, the most tragic war in more than 2,000 years had ended. In this war, more powerhouses appeared than in the War of the Earth Emperor God Dynasty and the War of the North and South. In those two wars, Heavenly King powerhouses did not show up. This time, the number of powerhouses with Heavenly King combat strength was even more than the number of fingers. The sky was bright. The blood rain stopped. At the bottom of the sea, Fang Ping and the other three were pale. They looked at each other, suddenly panicking for no reason. They're gone. Like children living independently for the first time, they were all a little scared. Even the usually calm old Wang. Children yearned to be independent. However, when their parents really left, and they could not even communicate with them, and the world they were in was chaotic, who would not be scared? After the fear, there was worry. The door was gone. The celestial fragments were mobile. Someone had sealed the entrance at the last moment, and the door had disappeared. Would they still see them in the future? If it was just a simple space battlefield, it would not be scary. What was scary was that there were many Heavenly King powerhouses who entered this time. Come back alive, a low, inaudible voice sounded. In an instant, Fang Ping regained his composure, suppressing the fear in his heart, and said with an ugly smile, "It's good that they're gone. After they're gone, the three realms will be our world. The neo-martial era should also end. Old Zhang alone has taken all the luck of the neo-martial era. It's time for us to start a new era." The few of them looked like they were laughing and crying at the same time. They could only comfort themselves this way. Old Wang panted slightly and said telepathically, "Stop talking nonsense, there are still true gods outside. This time, there are many heavenly kings and saints, including emperor ranks, probably all went in. But true gods, true kings, might not have all gone in, there's one outside." Powerhouses, those who did not have much time left, probably would not let go of this opportunity. However, some true gods might not really come. Not to mention others, some grandmasters, 8 or 9 out of 10 still had true gods guarding. Their emperor ranks had come. Without the permission of the emperor rank, these true gods might not dare to come rashly. The overseas immortal islands were almost the same. There would definitely be no true gods in the three realms. However, after this, if the door was not broken, the true gods' combat strength would probably be the three realms' peak combat strength. Fang Ping was about to reply when he suddenly frowned. The cat didn't bring the divine peeking mirror with him. This time, the cat actually forgot to bring the divine peeking. She had said that she would let it take her away. The door of reflection was still with old Zhang, but the cat had actually forgotten about it. The few of them also saw the divine peeking mirror. The cat had left too quickly just now, so they didn't have time to mention it. Seeing this, Li Hansong smiled and said, "Didn't you just earn another divine artifact for free? You've almost tricked all the divine artifacts out of the ash cat." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, I didn't want the divine peeking mirror. The cat left it behind on its own. That fellow is really ambitious. Little did he know that the cat was thinking of coming back tomorrow. It would not be too late to take it then, so he was not in a hurry at all. As they chatted, they recovered their strength. Previously, in the battle within the Life King Source Tao, the few of them had expended a great deal of energy. At this moment, they were in no hurry to go out in case they encountered the true God from the outside world. That true God was extremely old, and the few of them did not recognize him. However, from his voice, he was probably an ancient true God. The lifespan of an emperor was over 10,000 years, and the lifespan of a true God was about the same. Since the other party said that he was about to die, looking at his old and frail appearance, he might even be a true God from the heaven realm. Such a true God powerhouse, even if he was old and frail, Fang Ping and the others did not want to provoke him rashly. A true God from 1,000 meters to 9,999 meters was considered a true God. Who knew what this person's strength was? I didn't see King Pingshan go in, Fang Ping suddenly said. King Pingshan, that fellow, seemed to have lost him in the process of hunting. Fang Ping seriously suspected that the fellow had taken the opportunity to slip away. It was chaotic at that time. It was normal for him to slip away. However, Fang Ping was not worried. That fellow was as timid as a mouse. Even if he slipped away, he probably would not dare to cause trouble for humans. Yao Qingjun continued, not only King Pingshan, I saw a few true kings missing. I don't know if they're dead or did not go in. I didn't see King Huai. Ji Hong doesn't seem to be there either. The few of them were looking through the divine peeking mirror earlier. If they did not see these people, they might have left long ago. In the three realms, there were probably more than 3 to 5 true kings. At this time, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, also, true God Mu Yen, who was secretly guarding the heavenly sect previously, did not appear either. True God Mu Yen was the female true God that the other party sent out when Zhang Tao killed his way into Wuji Tantian to force Empress Wu Mo. This time, she did not show up from the beginning to the end. Fang Ping nodded slightly. If that was the case, there were at least more than 10 true God powerhouses in the three realms, maybe more. However, compared to before, it was much lesser. Fang Ping thought about it and said helplessly, Old Wu and Old Kong are too much. They just had to break through at this time. Otherwise, we humans would still have 2 ultimate gods holding the fort. Of course, he could understand. In that situation, he also wished that he could break through quickly and possess ultimate god combat strength so that he could kill his way in. However, there were still true gods left in all parties. Humans had really mobilized their entire army. In this way, the pressure on them was still extremely huge. After that fellow outside leaves later, we'll return to Earth immediately. Stabilize the army's morale and defend the passageway. At this time, some forces in the three realms probably still don't know what happened. Maybe we can take this opportunity to do something else. As Fang Ping said that, he frowned and said, Oh right, we still have to make a trip to the king battlefield. The few of them looked at him. Fang Ping said in a low voice, So many true gods died in battle. At that time, their corpses and storage rings might not be collected by anyone. Also, let's see if we can collect the remains of a few ultimate gods. As soon as he said that, the few of them fell silent. This time, on the human side, more than 10 ultimate gods died in battle. 6 great near-emperor powerhouses had fused. Not even their corpses were left. As for the others, some of them still had their remains. Of course, most of them had self-destructed. When they returned, they did not know how many powerhouses' remains could be collected. The few of them chatted for an hour or so. The sky was completely clear. However, the true god outside was still going crazy. He did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Fang Ping did not want to wait any longer. After communicating with Old Wang and the rest, they quickly dug a hole along the seabed. They wanted to get away from this lunatic and return to Earth as soon as possible. Now they were leaderless. Although Old Manly and the rest were still alive, they were severely injured. If someone ambushed the humans now, then the humans would be wiped out instantly. Although Fong Ping really wanted to investigate the situation on all sides, and even wander around the Forbidden Sea, but he did not dare. Just like the human ultimate gods, they did not dare to enter the Forbidden Sea and the bounded zones previously. It was not that they were so afraid of death that they did not dare to look for opportunities, but that they could not die. Fong Ping and the rest moved forward in the sea, beginning their journey back. Meanwhile, the three realms was in chaos. The blood rain dispersed. The mighty aura disappeared. However, it seemed that no experts from the various factions had returned. Where was the true king? Where was the venerable sovereign? Where did they all go? Everyone was panicking. Destiny Royal Court. In the palace. Ji Yao sat there in a daze, looking at the shattered statue in front of her, speechless for a long time. Ancestor Wang was dead. When one reached the true king realm, they would be able to cut off some psyche energy. This statue was attached to a strand of Fate King's psyche energy. Now that it was broken, it meant that Fate King ancestor had died or his psyche energy had been extinguished. Clang clang, at the side, the phoenix sparrow let out a low cry. Was the Fate King dead? How was the battle going? Up until now, Destiny Royal Court had only received the first report. They'd lost more than half of their divine generals, and they hadn't received any more information yet. But the heaven and earth were changing, especially just now the heaven and earth were wailing. Who had died? After creating such a huge commotion, the person who died was definitely an important person. At that moment, the statue of the Life King shattered. It went without saying who had died. Where's father? Where's Grandpa Huan Yu? Ji Yao murmured, unable to suppress her fear. Ji family's biggest backer is dead. Is father still alive? Grandpa Huan Yu isn't a true king, and even Ancestor Wang is dead. What about him? What about the divine generals who were taken away? How many are still alive? Phoenix Sparrow. What should I do? Ji Yao was helpless. What should I do? Even now, she didn't know what the situation was like. Clang clang. The phoenix sparrow let out a few cries before sending a voice transmission. Quickly hide Fate King's soul statue. Go to the treasury and take away some treasures. Hide for a few days. Once Fate King is dead, the other true kings might rebel. No. Ji Yao gritted her teeth and said softly, I can't leave. If I leave, Ancestor Wang, Father, and Grandpa Huan you don't return, the royal court will be in chaos. My Ji family's few hundred years of Ji Yao. The phoenix sparrow was a monster and had lived longer than Ji Yao. She said anxiously, but if even Lord Ji Hong... No! Another jade statue appeared in Ji Yao's hand and she gritted her teeth. Father is still alive. So long as he is, I can't leave. Phoenix Sparrow, if I leave now, I might not be able to become a king anymore. The Phoenix Sparrow was worried, but there was nothing she could do. If Ji Yao didn't want to leave now, she could only wait. Fate King was dead. If the other forces experts died or were heavily injured, the Ji family could continue to rule the royal court. But if Ji Hong was heavily injured, the other experts would be fine. The royal court would probably fall. The Ji family had suppressed the other monarchs in order to solidify their rule. It would be a disaster then. At the same time, the phoenix sparrow was worried about its ancestor. It didn't know how the ancestor was doing. The phoenix sparrow's ancestor didn't leave behind a soul statue. It didn't know if the ancestor was all right. This time, the four royal courts had gathered almost all the true kings. How could a Fate King have fallen? Heaven Fate Royal Court was in chaos. Heaven Plant's Royal Court was no exception. The other two royal courts were better off. The monsters didn't think too much. The monster kings hadn't returned and they hadn't seen the monster kings die. They stayed in their own territories and didn't dare to move. The changes in the sky made the monsters nervous. For a while, none of them dared to go out. The forbidden catacombs, where the passageway was. Old Man Lee and the others didn't return to Earth. They were all looking in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. Just now, the Forbidden Sea was raging. The human bases near the Forbidden Sea were hit by the huge wave. A big city was instantly corroded. Now that the water had receded, only a mess was left. Everyone stood in the ruins of the city and looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. They were all worried. What was going on? The humans had come out in full force. If anything happened, the Earth behind them might face destruction soon. The powerhouses knew something and were worried. The weak knew nothing. Only a few people knew about this battle. Some rank 7 grandmasters didn't even know. They only knew that the 4 factions and 4 constabularies were moving, asking them to leave the catacombs. The catacombs' defense line that they had guarded for almost 100 years was almost completely abandoned. Today, the earth shook as if an earthquake had struck. Then, Chong Rong, Heavenly Emperor, died. Blood rain spread to the human world. Cat shook the celestial source. The sky changed color. On Earth, some energy started spreading. No one knew where it came from. Some martial artists felt the change clearly. The energy was recovering. The weak were surprised and happy at the same time. Middle-ranked and above martial artists, without exception, were also uneasy. How did this change happen? Was it good or bad? Moreover, such a big change had happened on Earth today. Not a single peerless powerhouse stood up to comfort the people. This was impossible in the past. On Sino Nation's side, other than a few deputy ministers from the 4 departments and 4 constabularies, none of the officials showed up. Magic City. On the streets. On the huge screen, the signal seemed to be jammed. However, the image was still clear and the sound could be heard. On the screen, an old man was talking with a few middle-aged men. Sino Nation citizens, there's no need to panic. This time, the Sino Nation government has joined forces with countries around the world, including the 6 major martial arts holy lands, to jointly launch the Energy Recovery Plan. All the peerless leaders feel that human martial artists have a hard time cultivating. Resources are hard to come by. In order to resist the catacombs invasion, we have decided to recover Earth's energy for all citizens to cultivate. This is a great achievement. The old man's voice was calm and unhurried. Some of the panicking citizens gradually calmed down. Very soon, the military powerhouse, rank 9 Grandmaster Guoxian, waited for the old man to finish and said in a clear voice, "The human countries have already consolidated their defense lines at the catacombs' front line, forcing the catacombs to retreat. All the peerless powerhouses, this time the Energy Recovery Plan, needs to be activated to defend against the catacombs' powerhouses' counterattack. The catacombs' desire to destroy us humans will not die. We will not sit back and watch humans grow stronger. Therefore, all the peerless powerhouses will need to stay at Mount Royal Sea to defend against the enemy. I'm afraid you will not be able to preside over government affairs." Guoxian paused, then continued, "Sino Nation's 4 departments and 4 constabularies. Before leaving, I have a decision to pass down. Ministry of Education, Deputy Minister Wu Chuan will be the acting minister. Military Department, Deputy Commander Li Daong will be the acting commander. Department of Investigation, Commander Zhong Qinghuan will be the acting minister. Department of Heaven, Deputy Minister Fang Ping will be the acting minister," Guoxian said, paused for a while, then said, "The 4 departments and 4 constabularies will lead the Catacombs War. The Catacombs War will also be led by the 4 departments and 4 constabularies. From today onwards, Minister Fang Ping will be the chairman of the Catacombs Counterattack Union. The Catacombs Counterattack Union will be joined by the 4 departments and 4 constabularies. Later on, Sino Nation will invite other countries to join and establish a world union to discuss the Catacombs invasion." Guoxian's words shocked the people watching on TV. Fang Ping? After the Peak left, Fang Ping would be the chairman of the Counterattack Union? What did this mean? Was it a nominal position or a real one? There were many powerhouses in Sino Nation who were older than Fang Ping. Why was it Fang Ping? How old was he? As if he had expected it, Guoxian picked up a document and continued, regarding Minister Fang Ping, perhaps everyone knows a little, but most of what you know is Minister Fang Ping's performance in Sino Nation. Minister Fang Ping has obtained the recognition of all the peerless leaders, not only because of his outstanding talent and strength. Minister Fang Ping has made countless contributions since he entered the Catacombs War in year 09. The Battle of Tian'an Catacombs, the Battle of Forbidden Catacombs, the Battle of Magic City Catacombs. In the past 100 years, the three most glorious battles in Sino Nation were all led by Minister Fang. He led all the departments in Sino Nation to defeat the Catacombs' powerful enemies and achieved glorious results. In the past few years, Minister Fang has killed dozens of rank 9 powerhouses and hundreds of rank 7 and rank 8 powerhouses. Guoxian kept introducing Fang Ping's resume and began to build up Fang Ping's reputation. Previously, Fang Ping was very famous. However, in many people's eyes, Fang Ping was famous because of his strong talent and rapid improvement in strength. As for his contributions and achievements, not many people knew about it. It was only at this moment that everyone knew that the young minister had done so many great things in the past few years. Guoxian continued, Minister Fang has also participated in the energy recovery plan this time. According to the frontline intelligence, Minister Fang has made outstanding contributions this time, leading the humans to achieve glorious results. The specific information has not been sent back, but according to the known information, Minister Fang has led the humans in the catacombs and killed almost 1,000 rank 9 powerhouses. This is humanity's unparalleled contribution. I believe that under Minister Fang's leadership, in the future, humans will definitely win consecutive battles against the catacombs, expel the powerful enemies, and show the might of humanity. After Guoxian was done, he said nothing more. The old man began to continue. As if chatting idly, he talked about martial arts cultivation and also talked about the people's livelihood. So that some ordinary people who could not cultivate could work in peace and maintain social stability, humanity's situation was good. Everyone could rest assured. The old man and the few powerhouses were very calm and composed. After this went on for a few times, the somewhat anxious atmosphere gradually dissipated. At the same time, the governments of various countries were comforting the people. Under such turbulence, Earth was the first force to restore stability. Furthermore, the excesses were also happening in a subtle way. In the next 2 to 3 years, Zhang Tao and the others might not appear. Humans needed a new backbone, and Fang Ping was the successor that Zhang Tao had chosen. At this moment, the people did not expect those powerhouses to not appear for a long time. They were still digesting the news. For a while they did not think too much. Just as the various countries were comforting the people. Capital city catacombs. It was a mess. Not a single living person was seen. Fang Ping and the other 3 walked in the catacombs that were almost destroyed. For a moment, their emotions were fluctuating. How many people had died in this war? So many powerhouses had died, but there were even more rank 8s and 9s who had died. As for ordinary catacombs humans, it was even more uncountable. The huge capital city catacombs had been at war with Sino Nation for almost 100 years and had not been destroyed. Today, however, it had become a fish in a pond. Under the situation where many powerhouses had erupted, it was almost completely annihilated. War! Yao Qingjun sighed. Then, he lamented, a war like this will continue for a few more years. In the end, who knows how many people will survive. Now that the barrier between the catacombs and Earth has not been broken, the outbreak of war is limited to the catacombs. Once the barrier is broken, The battle in capital city catacombs today may cause the death of millions or even billions of humans. I'm more worried that when the barrier is broken, the Forbidden Sea will invade Earth. Then, it will be even more troublesome. Yao Qingjun was a little worried. Currently, the Forbidden Sea was only in the catacombs. Once the heaven-human barrier was broken, the Forbidden Sea might spread to the human world. When that time came, the danger would be even greater. Let's talk about the future in the future. Fang Ping did not want to talk about this topic. He looked at the few royal cities that had been destroyed in the capital city catacombs and laughed. There are still many mineral veins here in capital city. When we go back, let someone clean up the battlefield. This is considered a free harvest. In this way, the four major catacombs of Magic City, Capital City, Forbidden City, and Tianan have all been pacified. Sino Nation has opened 24 passageways. Now there are only 20 that need to be defended. I wonder if the few grandmasters have been completely destroyed this time. As he spoke, Li Hansong said in a muffled voice, "You still want to cooperate with these grandmasters?" Fang Ping said calmly, "Before old Zhang left, he told me to bear with it if I could." This time, although the venerable emperors of the Black Light Sky clan wanted to make a move, they did not do so in the end. If that's the case, then we can cooperate. I want to borrow their strength to help us defend the human world. Other than the 6 clans, there's also the Xuanda Grotto that we can cooperate with. As for Weiyu Mountain, Fang Ping paused and said, the venerable emperors of Weiyu Mountain and Yulong Sky clan did not make a move either. Venerable Emperor Qintong made a few moves and did not target humans. These 2 clans can also be roped in. It just so happens that their venerable emperors have left, and some of their true gods have also left. I don't know if there are any true gods keeping watch now. Jiang Kuei Yushuzi and I are considered comrades in the Battle of Kings. There's no harm in talking about cooperation. In this way, the 9 clans can cooperate. It's best if they can help us guard 9 passageways. In this way, Sino Nation only needs to guard 11 passageways. The 4 departments and 4 prefectures will guard 1 each. Star City will suppress 1, and the remaining 2 will be handed over to the other clans. Fang Ping spoke methodically. Wang Jinyang raised his eyebrows slightly. You're not being impulsive at this time. Every time something big happens, I must be calm. Fang Ping was indifferent. Then, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. But just you wait. This time, Luofu Mountain, Huatong Mountain, and Su Ling Grotto heaven better pray that there are true gods keeping watch, and not just one. Otherwise, we'll destroy them. These 3 venerable emperors made a move at the last moment, blocking Zhang Tao and causing many human peerless powerhouses to die. As for the venerable emperors of Outland, it was difficult for Fang Ping to find their entrances now, but the bounded zones could not run away. Now, Fang Ping's own strength had surpassed rank 9. Although he was not a true god, it was not impossible for him to kill a true god. Of course, this was not the right time to make a move. Once he aroused the vigilance of all parties, they would only unite quickly. Fang Ping had already planned to secretly create some chaos and let all parties continue to be in chaos. When there was chaos, the 3 realms would become the 3 realms dominated by humans. Let's go and see if there's anything useful. Before the sky turns dark, we'll leave the catacombs and return to Earth. Fang Ping sped up. It was time to return to Earth. After today, the situation in the 3 realms would change drastically. It would no longer be the 3 realms from before. Chapter 1013. It was a scene of devastation. This was the battlefield of the kings. The void cracks crisscrossed, and the ground disappeared. Fang Ping and the others had no choice but to levitate because there was no ground to stand on. Even now, this place was still filled with energy, and the aftermath had yet to dissipate. Too many experts had died in battle in this place. Fang Ping and the others kept falling. In the void, some golden blood and bones were floating. Li Hansong watched for a while, then asked in a low voice, "Who died in battle this time?" Although they saw some survivors later on, they didn't know exactly who had died in battle. They didn't even know some of them. Old Ancestor Su, Old Ancestor Lu, and Old Ancestor Zhou have died in battle. The others are heavily injured. Fang Ping said in a muffled voice. The Su family's old ancestor had indeed merged, while the other two had really died in battle. The first, third, and seventh ancient Buddhas of the ancient Buddha sacred land have fallen in battle. The Sun God, Sea God, and Fire God of the world of gods have died in battle. In this battle, the humans, including Zhang Tao, suppressing Heavenly King, Wu Chuan, and Kong Lingyuan, had a total of 56 desperate realm experts. This was the entire accumulation of humanity. In the past 2 years, Nan Yunyue, Chen Yaozu, Zhang Weiyu, Wu Chuan, and Kong Lingyuan had appeared in China. Otherwise, there would be even fewer people. And in this battle, a total of 16 despair realm experts had died in battle. Fang Ping did not know how many of the remaining 40 would survive in the end. When they went in, they were all seriously injured. Fang Ping did not even have time to give them the imperishable substance. He had just woken up when Zhang Tao had no choice but to bring them in. 16. Everyone fell silent again. It did not sound like much. Compared to the catacombs' losses, it did not seem to be worth mentioning. However, these human powerhouses had been protecting Earth for at least 300 years. More than 10 of them had fallen in a single battle. Even if they didn't know who they were, they still felt bitter in their hearts. Very quickly, Fang Ping reached out and grabbed a storage ring, returning to normal. He laughed, "Don't think about it, it's over. When old Zhang and the rest return, we humans will send out another 160 peerless experts to scare them to death." 160 digits, the few of them smiled bitterly. "You really dare to say that?" They continued to explore and soon found a few storage rings that had not been destroyed, as well as some broken weapons and armors. There weren't many remains. When one reached a desperate situation, these things were almost all gone after dying in battle. Very quickly, Fang Ping found a few pieces of dull bone fragment. Sensing the aura within, Fang Ping put it away quietly. This belonged to the Lu family's old ancestor, who was also one of the paragons who had died in battle long ago. He wasn't too familiar with the Lu clan. Both parties did not have much contact. At the peak of Star City, the only person Fang Ping was familiar with was Warlord. He was not even familiar with the two guardians. Chen Yaozu, on the other hand, was on good terms with him. However, in this battle, this ultimate venerable was not afraid of death. Before the Lu family's patriarch died, he charged toward a true king and self-destructed. Fang Ping still saw it. At the thought of this, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "I'm afraid Guardian Shen might not be able to hold on." If he remembered correctly, at the last moment Shun Haotian was carried in by someone. At the pinnacle of this realm, at this point, one could practically declare death. The world behind the door was not safe at all. The two of them created the pinnacle of neo-martial art. The Chen family's old ancestor was slightly better this time. He fought alongside Chen Yaozu. After all, they were father and son. Even if they weren't strong, they could still take care of each other. Shen Haotian did not have a son who could reach the top. Phew! Wang Jinyang took a breath and resumed his smile. "Let's not talk about this. Maybe they'll return in full tomorrow. Let's search for treasures now. It's a pity we didn't get the Life King's storage ring. The Life King was killed. When he died, Zhang Tao exploded. In the end, it was extremely chaotic. The Life King's body exploded. It was unclear if there was a storage ring left. Even if there was, it might have been taken away by others. As the controller of one of the 4 houses, they would not believe it if the Life King said there was nothing good. Everyone stopped talking. After about an hour, Fang Ping and the others finished their search. They did not know if this place had been searched. There were many dead true kings and ultimate venerables. However, in the end, they only obtained 6 storage rings. The true kings and ultimate venerables should have some. Even if some were destroyed, there should not be so few. Moreover, old Zhang killed extremely quickly. Moon Spirit too. They would not have been destroyed. Maybe some people took those things away when they left. They searched for a while and were about to leave. At this time, a group of people arrived. Ling Xiao. Not only Ling Xiao, but there were also many powerhouses from Mount Wangu, including a true god. The true god who stayed behind at Mount Wangu. The other party had also arrived. In the unfathomably dark void, Ling Xiao looked at Fang Ping and the others. There was no cheeky smile on her face. She said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, where are my master and grandmaster?" Fang Ping glanced at her, then looked at the female true god. She gave him a strong feeling. Venerable Moon Spirit and Venerable Green Lotus entered the Sky Cemetery to seize the 9 emperors and 4 emperors' fruits. Fang Ping said, "Before I left, Venerable Moon Spirit told me 3 things. First, send the prince's remains back to Mount Wangu. I will try my best to do this because the prince's remains seem to have been destroyed. Second, let me tell you, we must annihilate the divine sect. Third, annihilate the remnants of the fake dynasty." Fang Ping was unusually calm. He said slowly, "Just these 3 things. Since I've encountered them, I'll tell you." After they entered the Sky Cemetery, it disappeared automatically. Don't ask me where it is. You should be able to sense the place where the battle broke out. If you don't believe me, go look for it. I won't be able to find it anyway. The 3 things were all reasonable and in line with Moon Spirit's character. Killing God sect disciples. Ling Xiao and the rest had not left the battlefield and saw Venerable Green Lotus, and the rest attacking the God sect disciples. Annihilating the remnants of the fake dynasty was the catacombs. They were the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty, so it was understandable. Venerable Moon Spirit had never thought that the Earth Emperor God dynasty was founded by the Earth Emperor and had nothing to do with Wangu. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and said, "I forgot to mention, Venerable Moon Spirit also said that she owes me 3 heads. If she doesn't come back soon, she told me to look for you. Remember, the heads of the true gods." Ling Xiao, you were there at that time. You know that Venerable Moon Spirit personally promised this. The true god in Wangu looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned and nodded lightly. Grandmaster said this, but he was talking about the prince's remains, Fang Ping said lightly. I said that this is Venerable Moon Spirit's first condition. After I send the remains back, it won't be too late for you to hand over 3 heads. But we have a deal. When I send the remains back, you have to send the heads of the 3 true kings. Venerable Moon Spirit has never broken her promise. If you break it, it's up to you. Ling Xiao frowned again. Break a promise? Venerable Moon Spirit was the sky of Wangu Mountain. Since she knew what she had promised, and they were also there at that time, there was no such thing as breaking a promise. No one dared. But 3 true gods, they only had 1 true god now. How could they kill them? Moreover, could the catacombs find 3 true gods now? Fang Ping saw this and laughed. Of course, if you think it's difficult, I can change the method and help us kill the 3 true god powerhouses. I will also consider Venerable Moon Spirit has fulfilled her promise. When Master and the rest return, before Ling Xiao could finish, Fang Ping interrupted her rudely. Then you wait. Before Heavenly King Garrison left, he said that the Heavenly Cemetery will be opened and closed. If you want to open it again, it won't be possible without a year or 2. A year or 2. Ling Xiao frowned again. Such a long time? Actually, it was not a long time. For them, it was only a year or 2. But this time, Master and the rest disappeared as soon as they came out of the mountain. Now, the powerhouses of the Wanwu bloodline had also disappeared, leaving behind only 1 true god powerhouse and her, a martial artist who had fallen from the true god realm. This made Ling Xiao feel a little insecure. At this time, the female true god said, "You send Prince Yu's remains back to the Wangwu first." Fang Ping glanced at her and said lightly, "Are you sure? Not to mention that he's not here with me now. Even if he was, I would send him back. Do you have the right to bury him or worship him? Venerable Moon Spirit is not here. Do you dare to do whatever you want?" I said, "Wait for a while. Venerable Moon Spirit is coming out soon. When that time comes, you can feel more at ease. Otherwise, if one day someone breaks into the Wangwu and destroys the prince's remains, you can all wait for death." "You!" The female true god was furious. Fang Ping shouted in a low voice, "Stop acting big with me. Venerable Moon Spirit is also very polite to me. If I send the remains back, I will be the benefactor of the Wangwu bloodline. If you dare to act big with me again, my only request is to let Venerable Moon Spirit kill you. Guess what the result will be?" As soon as these words came out, the true god's body trembled slightly. Her voice disappeared. Seeing this, Ling Xiao glanced at Fang Ping, smiled and said, "Fang Ping, why do you have to be so stiff? Little girl, don't play this game with me." Fang Ping's words were not polite. "It was you who refused to save him. Otherwise, you might have found the prince's remains previously, and it would have nothing to do with me. Now that I've found it, I'll do it according to my rules." After saying that, Fang Ping looked at the people of the Wanwu bloodline and said, "Venerable Moon Spirit is not here. Then you guys wait to make arrangements. If I want to kill a true god one day, you guys come and help me. Killing 3 true gods will be considered as completing the mission. Course, if you guys are confident, then go ahead and kill them yourselves. That's all." After saying that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Also, the divine sect doesn't count because the divine sect is the target that Venerable Dharch Moon Spirit must destroy. According to her, those are all gift. It's your own business. If you want to kill the divine sect's powerhouses, you can call me. You just have to pay." In a few words, Fang Ping had confirmed everything. Killing the catacombs or other things were all missions. The god-slaying sect would still have to pay Fang Ping. The female true god was slightly annoyed. Ling Xiao was also frowning at Fang Ping, feeling that something was not right. However, Fang Ping had indeed participated in the final battle. Venerable Dharch Moon Spirit and the others had disappeared. Fang Ping should have known about it. Otherwise, he would not have told them about the Sky Cemetery. But did Venerable Autarch Moon Spirit really instruct Fang Ping about this? Venerable Sovereign was not that kind of person. Of course, it wasn't strange for him to do something for the prince's remains. Ling Xiao and the others were a little suspicious, but Lao Wang and the others were so impressed that they almost prostrated themselves in admiration. It was not easy for Fang Ping to lie through his teeth. His face was not red and his heart was not racing. He said it calmly, as if it really happened. If they did not know the inside story, they would probably be doubting their lives now. Did it really happen? Ling Xiao suppressed the suspicion in her heart, regained her smile, and said, "Fang Ping, did Grandmaster say anything else?" "Anything else?" Fang Ping said disdainfully. "Time was tight at that time. Do you think I was just chatting?" Venerable Dharch Moon Spirit only said a few words. "I've already added details to what I said. Do you want anything else? If I said Venerable Dharch wanted to give you to me as servants, you'd have to believe me." "Insolence!" the female true god growled. Fang Ping said calmly, "Don't scare me. I'm not afraid of scares. To put it bluntly, even if I let you kill me, you wouldn't dare to kill me, unless you think Venerable Dharch Moon Spirit won't be able to come back alive." This person's expression changed drastically. These words could not be said carelessly. "What's your name?" Fang Ping also avoided this topic, saying with a smile, "Tell me, there will be times when we interact in the future. This time, Venerable Dharch Moon Spirit has helped us humans kill many strong enemies. It's reasonable for both parties to interact more in the future. Don't worry, I'll take care of you." Everyone on Mount Wangu was speechless. "You'll take care of us?" The female true god did not utter a word. Ling Xiao said with a grin, "This is my martial uncle Qing Hua." "What stage true god strength?" Ling Xiao's expression was a little stiff. Fang Ping was getting ahead of himself. He wanted to investigate this too? Fang Ping said calmly, "I have a plan to make next. I don't know your strength, how will you carry it out? I'm a little interested in the divine sect. Maybe I'll help you. Of course, as I said, you guys can do whatever you want." Qing Hua suppressed the annoyance in her heart and said in a low voice, "Stage 5 True God." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. "Quite strong. 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters, those were all Stage 1. Stage 5, that meant that she had walked more than 5,000 meters. This woman was not weak. What's your basic vitality?" Fang Ping continued to ask, saying, "Now that you old fellows have appeared, some units are not unified. In a few days, I want to unify the 3 realms martial strength measurement unit. Cars using the same rails, books using the same language, unifying weights and measures. These are all things that must be done. In case you guys don't know anything." Ling Xiao was not used to Fang Ping's current arrogance. The smile on her face disappeared. She frowned and said, "Fang Ping, martial arts cultivation is a personal matter. I'm unifying my own. It has nothing to do with you guys. If you want to listen, then listen. If you don't, then follow your own rules." Fang Ping said casually. He looked at the sky and said, "We're going back. Also, let me remind you in advance that Mount Wangwu's passageway to Earth is not allowed to be opened without permission. Also, the Netherworld King's injuries are too serious this time. Does Mount Wangwu have some medicinal pills or treasures to heal the origin?" Fang Ping added, "Don't worry, I won't ask for it for free. The Netherworld King's injuries are very serious. I'm worried that his rank will slip." Ling Xiao frowned and said slowly, "The Netherworld King is still here. He's injured." Fang Ping said with a gloomy expression, "Life King, that old dog, he dared to injure the Netherworld King. Didn't he get smashed to death by the subduing Heavenly King's seal? He even dared to bully the subduing Heavenly King's descendant. That old thing must be tired of living." "Life King is dead." Everyone was slightly shocked. Fang Ping sneered. "It's not just him. Chong Rong, that old thing, was also killed. We humans have suffered heavy losses. How good can these fellows be? Oh right, in a few days I'm going to rearrange the 3 realms ranking list. Help me keep an eye out for those fellows who are still around. Your Wanwu lineage knows the whereabouts of many old fellows. You know the location of Outland. Help me check." His attitude of ordering servants made Qing Hua and Ling Xiao a little unhappy. But the Netherworld King was still around. At this moment, Moon Spirit and Venerable Emperor Green Lotus had left. No wonder Fang Ping was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the confidence. They were in a dilemma. Behind them, Old Wang and the others almost looked up at the sky. Fang Ping was really good at bluffing. He was so full of truth and lies that they were starting to doubt their lives. Had Li Zhen left? They had almost forgotten. There was an explanation for Li Zhen not coming out. His injuries were too serious. However, no matter how serious, he was still a near-emperor powerhouse. Would ordinary true gods dare to invade humans at this time? At this moment, it seemed like Fang Ping's group was the only one who saw them enter. The others had either gone in or had dispersed by the time the person who came later arrived. Those who knew nothing. If that was the case, it was better to let Fang Ping say it. Fang Ping was in a hurry and did not delay. He soared into the sky and said as he flew, "Remember. Also, help me think of a way to get medicinal pills. It's best if it's useful for Emperor rank. If the Netherworld King really recovers from his injuries, it'll be good for you guys too." No one paid attention to him. After they flew away, Qing Hua suddenly cursed in a low voice, "He's too much. If not, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Ling Xiao looked at Fang Ping's disappearing back and said in a low voice, Masters Jr., don't underestimate him. He led the humans in the graveyard of gods and killed many true gods. Today, the true gods who died in his hands. I'm afraid the number can be counted on 2 hands. Qing Hua was slightly shocked. Counted on 2 hands? Ling Xiao nodded slightly and said softly, just in the space battlefield alone, there were 5 true gods who died in his hands. The graveyard of gods exploded, and 3 true gods under the 2 kings also died in his hands. After that, he even used the god-slaying saber to sever the great Tao of many true gods. This person is very dangerous. Masters Jr. might not be afraid, but the humans were not wiped out this time, and the Netherworld King even returned to the human world alive. Although Ling Xiao did not say it clearly, Qing Hua still understood. Don't provoke that guy just now. At least not now. The 2 venerable emperors had left. If you provoked him now and angered the Netherworld King, it would be very troublesome. Qing Hua said in a low voice, what he means is that the Netherworld King's injuries are not light. I think even if he still has combat strength, he might not be stronger than me. She was also a powerhouse who had walked 5,000 meters. She might not be afraid of Li Zhen. Ling Xiao, however, was a little bitter and said in a low voice, Masters Jr., these powerhouses in the human world are even more terrifying than the Divine Court Army in the past. In my opinion, I'm afraid only the Heavenly Court Army that was known as the strongest army in the 3 realms in the past can compare. Before King Wu, he easily killed dozens of true gods and many venerable emperors, but he was only 100 years old. Ling Xiao sighed and said, no wonder all sides want to wipe out the humans this time. If they are given a few more years, they might really be able to recreate the glory of the Heavenly Court in the past. She had not experienced the era of the Heavenly Court, but Qing Lian, Qing Hua, and the others had. Because they were Moon Spirit's maidservants. Ling Xiao had also heard them talk about the glory of the Heavenly Court in the past. She felt that only the Heavenly Court Army could compare with the martial artists in the human world. Qing Hua was a little surprised. She really did not see anything when she stayed behind. But thinking about it, Qing Hua could imagine how powerful those people were. Not only did the human world survive the siege of hundreds of true gods and dozens of venerable emperors, but they even killed a large number of true gods. Ling Xiao, does Wang Wu really have to listen to him? If he fakes Master's order? Ling Xiao said in a low voice, we can only listen. Even if it's fake, we have to treat it as real. Whether it's real or fake, we can only judge when the Grandmaster shows up. If it's real, we can listen to him. If it's fake, then he will die for faking the Grandmaster's order. But if it's real, we didn't listen. Martial uncle, you know the Grandmaster's character. Understood. Qing Hua nodded. Yes, they had to listen. Even if it was fake, they had to treat it as real. Whether it was real or fake, they would naturally find out in the future. But if they did not listen now, if it was really what Moon Spirit said, then they could only wait for big trouble to come. Moon Spirit would not be lenient when she punished them. The next moment, Qing Hua snorted lightly, looked around and said coldly, if you dare to spy on my Wang Wu again, don't blame me for being merciless. The place where the kings fought, the place where the war broke out. At this moment, the void shook slightly, someone left. But there was also someone who transmitted his voice. Wang Wu powerhouses, Fang Ping's words can't be trusted. This person is very cunning. Just as this person spoke in the void, a strange-looking powerhouse suddenly broke through the void, slashing the void with a saber. Humph! A muffled groan sounded. In the blink of an eye, a stream of blood splattered out. Soon, a powerhouse broke through the void and fled. The monster did not chase. Fang Ping stood proudly in the void, saying lightly, "Trash? King Huai, you trash really didn't participate in the war. Today I will spare your dog life. If you dare to speak ill of me again, today I will definitely kill you." Saying that he would spare his life, in the next moment, Fong Ping drew his bow and shot an arrow. A blood arrow broke through the void, appearing in the distance in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud explosion, King Huai did not look back, instantly tearing the space and disappeared in place. Trash! Fong Ping sneered, restraining his aura, completely unable to see his strength. But in an instant, he forced King Huai to flee. Qing Hua's expression changed. Not only that, Qing Hua glanced at the blood bow in his hand, the emperor armor on his body, and the god-slaying saber that had just appeared. After a while, she said in a low voice, "The master's divine weapons?" She was very ancient. Moon Spirit status was also high. She had followed Moon Spirit and seen some powerhouses. For example, Emperor Batian. Ordinary venerable emperors might not even know the 4 supreme emperors, but she knew. She had seen Batian and seen his emperor armor. Although it was a little different, she still recognized that Fong Ping was wearing emperor armor. Emperor armor of Batian. Fong Ping lowered his head, looked down at her, and said with a smile, "Is there a difference? Unless you want to seize it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping disappeared again, leaving behind his voice. "Seize the power that should be seized. More than half of the catacombs' true kings are dead, and they won't come out for the rest of the time. Now that they have become true kings, who will be in charge when they come back, it will also depend on their strength. A group of people are used to being dogs. Are they really prepared to be dogs for the true kings for the rest of their lives?" "Ah!" Fong Ping laughed loudly. In the surroundings, some people quietly retreated. Qing Hua and the others also did not speak, looked at each other, and left one after another. Not long after they left, a figure flashed. King Pingshan quietly exhaled and whispered, "They all went to seize the treasure? We're finally safe." Not daring to stay for long, King Pingshan quickly rushed to the Pingshan region. He did not dare to go back in advance, for fear that others would know that he had fled in the face of battle. He waited here. When Life King and the others returned, at least he would have an explanation. At least he did not leave, he was still waiting here. It was just that the Forbidden Sea was too chaotic. He did not find the main force and fell behind. Chapter 10:14. Wealth. 5 billion points vitality, 219,999 calories, 219,999 calories, spirit, 9,955 Hz, 10,455 Hz to 9,955 Hz, uncut, power of destruction, 85 yuan, origin, stage 1, increase by 9% plus 30%. That was Fong Ping's current data. As he flew back, Fong Ping said, "I want all the loot this time." "Alright." They were already used to this. Knowing that Fong Ping might be useful, they had no objections. The moment they agreed, Fong Ping's wealth changed. Wealth, 9 billion. Fong Ping took a look and was speechless. 100 million points short? He actually wanted to try and see if he could continue to level up after reaching 10 billion. Now that he had survived the biggest crisis, he was not afraid that the system would fail. 100 million short of 1 trillion. Fong Ping mumbled in his heart. Then, he suddenly turned around and flew toward the Nanjiang catacombs. Seeing him fly in that direction, the others were stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what he was going to do. Fong Ping said as he flew, "Go kill the Nanjiang catacombs, rank 9. Fong Ping, provoking him now, "I'm fine. I was just passing by." Fong Ping said calmly, "The catacombs' true kings are either dead or have run away. Now that it's so chaotic, who would stand up for them? As long as I don't go on a killing spree, it won't be a problem. Just kill those rank 9s. It'll be fine." He had to gather 10 billion wealth points first. Now, Fong Ping's speed was shockingly fast. Very soon, they arrived at the Nanjiang catacombs. Looking at Imperial Sea Mountain, The unreachable imperial sea mountain in the past seemed ordinary now. Fong Ping stepped into the air, crossing Mount Royal Sea directly. Among Old Wang and the others, Old Yao could not hold on much longer. Fong Ping unleashed his aura, helping him block some of the cracks. Old Yao, your physical body is not good enough. You need to train more, Fong Ping quipped. Very soon, he crossed the Imperial Sea Mountain. There were a few more wounds on his body, but they quickly disappeared. Looking at the Nanjiang catacombs, Fong Ping felt a little emotional. When he first came to the Nanjiang catacombs, he had experienced life and death. He did not expect that he would come with the goal of destroying the other party today. One person destroying an entire cave. The god-slaying saber appeared. Fong Ping did not conceal his aura anymore. At this moment, his vitality soared to the heavens, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, in the Nanjiang catacombs, some rank 9 city lords sensed a powerful qi dynamic. Someone exclaimed, "A true king has entered?" Although Fong Ping did not have the combat strength of a true king, he had far surpassed a rank 9. These rank 9s from the outer domain could not compare. Many of the rank 9s in the outer domain had not even entered the origin path. Beating them was no different from beating children. Fong Ping was barefooted, dragging his Chongdao as he flew across the sky. He laughed. Minister will pass by 9 southern territory today. Idlers should make a detour. If you can't, then you'll die. Fong Ping. Someone recognized the voice and immediately cried out in fear. Just a few days ago, during the trip to Emperor's Tomb, Fong Ping had created a massacre in Nanjiang, beheading the descendant of the mystic dragon True King. They kidnapped Li Zhu's son, Li Yi. Today, he came again. God continent was defeated? At this moment, all the city lords were terrified. If the divine land had not been defeated, would they have allowed Fong Ping to enter so arrogantly? Run! Someone roared, fleeing frantically. As for the royal city, what royal city? Fong Ping's aura was too terrifying. The feeling he gave them was no different from a true king. To these people, whether Fong Ping was a true king or not did not make much of a difference. Killing them was really easy for Fong Ping. Fong Ping took a step forward. His speed was shockingly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fong Ping had traveled hundreds of miles. At this moment, in a royal city in front of him, a towering monster plant was uprooting from the ground, trying to escape. Why are you still running? I'm just short of a pair of boots. You're it. Fong Ping's figure disappeared in a flash, appearing in front of this monster plant in the blink of an eye. The other party was terrified. Thousands of branches whipped toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not dodge. He reached out with one hand, grabbed a branch, and laughed. Come here. As he said that, he pulled with great force. The other party's branch was pulled off directly. The huge branch trembled, soaring into the sky, trying to escape. I won't waste any more time. Fong Ping laughed again. Break through the air. An indifferent voice was heard. With a slash, heaven and earth seemed to be split in half. Strength that surpassed rank 9, with a divine weapon in hand. How could this rank 9 monster plant that had just entered origin be compared to it? No, the other party might be able to escape from a 5th or 6th origin powerhouse, but if it wanted to escape from Fong Ping, it was just a pipe dream. The slash was too fast. It was so fast that before the slash landed, the saber aura crisscrossed, almost cutting the other party into many pieces in an instant. With this slash, the power of the divine weapon erupted, even mentality was destroyed. Fong Ping reached out and grabbed, keeping the monster plant that was cut into several pieces. There was even some life essence among them. One move killed the royal city's guardian monster plant. At this moment, the entire royal city was in chaos. Countless people fled. Fong Ping did not care about them. The city lord had already escaped. The monster plant was a little slower, and he blocked it. Fong Ping also did not care about those who fled. With one hand covering the sky, he covered it directly. Kaboom! With a loud noise, the royal city's inner city collapsed. The underground mineral veins were exposed. Fong Ping reached out again, grabbing toward the core mineral vein. A rank 7 martial artist who was guarding the underground could not even leave in time and was crushed by Fong Ping directly. Fong Ping acted as if he did not see it. His huge palm grabbed down sharply, grabbing the underground mineral vein's core into his hand. After grabbing the mineral vein, Fong Ping threw it into the storage space casually. He glanced at his wealth. It was still not enough. 1 trillion worth of treasures was not a small amount. If he grabbed some more minerals, it would probably be enough. However, Fong Ping was too lazy to grab those low-ranked energy ores. They were not presentable. Of course, the key was that the storage space was only so big. It would be too congested if he grabbed too many. He might as well grab more rank 9 energy stones. Even if this royal city was gone, there were still other royal cities, right? Fong Ping no longer cared about those who fled. He continued striding forward, saying in a hearty voice, "Run faster, all of you. You can run toward the Forbidden Sea, but don't go to other places. The Forbidden Sea is a good place. If you dare to come back, you will die." As he said that, Fong Ping suddenly looked down. He lowered his head, looking at the demons lying on the ground, and said with a smile, "You've got guts. I told you to run, but you didn't run. This was a forbidden land." The demons gathered, and there were many rank 9 existences. This was a forbidden land. However, at this moment, in the forbidden land, the 3 rank 9 monsters did not run. Hearing Fong Ping's words, very quickly, a huge tiger monster transmitted its voice, trembling, "Sir, the Forbidden Land does not participate in the war between the Land of Rebirth and the Divine Continent. That's old news." Fong Ping said with a smile, "If you die, go look for the Myriad Demon King and the Celestial Demon King. These 2 beasts actually dared to kill us humans. It's better for you to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping slashed down with his saber. The 3 rank 9 monsters did not expect the Rebirth martial artists to really attack them. These monsters still felt like they were living in the past. The war in the Land of Rebirth had nothing to do with the demons. Unbeknownst to them, this time, the demon royal court had turned out in full force. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. With this 3 monsters. The tiger monster fled quickly, but the other 2 were a beat slower. In the blink of an eye, they were killed by Fong Ping on the spot, their corpses falling to the ground. In the Forbidden Land, the other demons were trembling with fear, but they did not dare to escape. One by one, they lay on the ground, burying their heads. Fong Ping did not care about this. The Forbidden Land also had mineral veins. Once again, he reached out and grabbed. Very quickly, the Forbidden Land was overturned. Just as he was about to grab those mineral veins, a beast roar sounded from the direction of Mount Royal Sea. "Fong Ping, you want to start a war between the 2 worlds again?" An incomparably huge tiger monster, its silhouette shaking the sky. Fong Ping was a little surprised. Then, he said with a smile, "There's actually a true king-level monster that hasn't left. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just passing by this place and want to return to Earth. These beasts are blocking the way, so I killed them along the way. Are you not satisfied?" "How dare you!" The gigantic tiger demonic beast was enraged. Seeing that it was about to enter the outer area, Fong Ping's voice was like a great bell, shouting, "Catacombs' true king-level powerhouses are not allowed to enter the outer area. This rule is still in effect now. If you dare to enter, I will definitely kill you today." Roar. The tiger monster was furious, but it was a little fearful. It knew that Fong Ping did not have the strength of a true king level. However, it had also seen Fong Ping's fusion earlier and the slash that made King Huai flee. Initially, when Fong Ping killed a monster plant, it did not want to interfere in this matter. However, Fang Ping actually destroyed the demon's forbidden land. This was intolerable. If Fang Ping was allowed to continue killing, the outer area's forbidden land would probably be destroyed. Fang Ping, the land of rebirth and the true kings have also entered the sky cemetery. You dare to provoke us. Don't blame us for joining forces and invading the land of rebirth to slaughter the humans of your resurrection. Fang Ping snorted coldly. Then, he recovered his smile and said, "Don't misunderstand. How could that be? Aren't I just passing by? I'm a quasi-king level powerhouse now after all. These demons actually didn't give me face. The top can't be humiliated. So what if they're killed? Today, hundreds of true kings have died. Why would they care about such a small loss?" Having said that, Fang Ping reached out and grabbed the mineral vein, saying with a smile, "Compensate for the losses. I'll go back now. This time, everyone has suffered a lot of losses. Brother Tiger, everyone is now the peak combat strength of the three realms. There's no need to fight to the death now, is there?" Having said that, Fang Ping had already grabbed the mineral and thrown it into the storage space. In the distance, above Mount Imperial Sea, that tiger monster did not make a sound. Only after he had kept the mineral did he say coldly, "You should go. Fang Ping, when Lord Demon King returns tomorrow. Don't talk tough." Fang Ping said playfully, "I'm not afraid of threats. If I was, the humans wouldn't have fought with you until the end." Having said that, Fang Ping thought for a while and smiled. Of course, this time, both sides suffered the most. Brother Tiger, think about it more. Who's the winner this time? If there's a chance. It's not impossible to work together. The outer skies, the outer sea immortal islands, the land of domains, the divine sect. These forces suffered minimal losses this time. In the end, we're the ones who suffered the most. What's the point? Either no one dies or someone dies, everyone dies. Look for your remaining true kings. We can talk when we're free. Having said that, Fang Ping said no more. Similarly, he did not attack anymore because his wealth was enough. At this moment, the system screen turned black. This meant that his wealth had exceeded 10 billion points. As for the black screen, it also meant that this tiger was not prepared to fight him. Otherwise, if there was a crisis, his wealth would not have increased. Therefore, Fang Ping was not too afraid. Of course, there was no need to provoke him now. It was not worth it. Very soon, he would enter a period of improvement in his strength. When he really reached the peak, it would not be difficult to kill true kings. There was no need to fight this tiger now. Similarly, the tiger monster beast probably had the same idea. If they were to fight now, who knew who would benefit? Moreover, everyone was panicking now. These true kings were at a loss. Now, it still remembered to return to Thousand Demon Royal Court. Just as the human and the monster were talking. In the direction of Nanjiang's passageway, some humans felt the passageway vibrating and sent people to investigate. Very soon, the auras of these two powerhouses were sensed. When they sensed Fang Ping's aura, the people who entered were stunned. Minister Fang? Minister Fang was back. Not only was he back, but he also seemed to be confronting a desperate realm powerhouse. Just as he sensed these, in the next moment, the tiger monster beast retracted its aura and said in a loud voice, "Fang Ping, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the land of rebirth because the Netherworld King is still here. Thousand Demon Royal Court and a few sleeping ancient demons, don't you dare force me to summon ancient demons." Fang Ping sneered. "Are you trying to scare me? Even if there are, they're probably dying. If they're not dead, will they appear this time? Forget it, I can't be bothered to fight with you. I already said I was passing by. You talk too much nonsense. Oh right, for now, restrain your demon clan. If the foreign demons dare to attack humans again, don't blame me for killing your nest. As for Sky Ji and Destiny Royal Court, I hope they still have true kings and dare to show up. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying you when I kill them all." Fang Ping laughed heartily and left with the Midair step, Behind him, the tiger monster beast watched him leave and did not enter Mount Royal Sea. After a while, the tiger monster beast also left quickly, in the direction of Nanjiang's passageway. The rank 7 Grandmaster who entered was shocked to the extreme. Fang Ping forced away a desperate realm. Was Fang Ping so strong? At this moment, he could not even wait for Fang Ping to come. He quickly entered the passageway. Soon, he appeared outside Auspicious Peace's passageway. Outside, a large number of troops were stationed in all directions. Zhang Dingnan and the others were waiting. As soon as this Grandmaster came out, he shouted excitedly, "Minister Fang? Minister Fang has entered the Nanjiang catacombs. Minister Fang has achieved the peak." A Desperation Realm Demon clan member was scared away. Although he was very far away and did not hear some of the words, it did not stop him from being ecstatic. He shouted, "Humans won! Sino Nation won! Minister Fang is back!" As soon as he said that, everything around him paused for a moment. Then, an incomparably loud shout sounded. "Victory! Victory!" Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison. They were all ecstatic. This time, they were all very worried about the evacuation of the Nanjiang catacombs. Even if a few powerhouses comforted people on TV, to martial artists like them, they knew that some things might not be the same as what they said on TV. But now, Fang Ping was back. Not only that, Fang Ping had actually achieved the peak. He scared away a desperate realm demon in the Nanjiang catacombs. Now, who would not be ecstatic? Zhang Dingnan was also shocked. Fang Ping had become a desperate realm. How long had it been? Fang Ping, who was born in Nanjiang, had actually achieved the peak. In the next moment, Zhang Dingnan roared, "Nanjiang has become a desperate realm." In the vast Nanjiang, forget about desperate realm, there had never been a rank 9. Of course, that did not include Fang Ping. But now, Fang Ping had become a desperate realm. It was too unbelievable. Most of the Nanjiang guards were from Nanjiang. At this moment, they were also cheering wildly. Nanjiang has become a desperate realm. Congratulations to Minister Fang. The cheers came one after another. In the past, they did not understand what a desperate realm meant. But now, with the 3 realms ranking list out, who did not know what a desperate realm was? A desperate realm was stronger than a rank 9. Not only was he stronger, but he also killed a rank 9 like slaughtering a chicken. Previously, when Guoxian said that Fang Ping led humans and killed thousands of rank 9s, many people did not believe it. They thought it was an exaggeration. There were not that many rank 9 powerhouses in the entire human race. But now they all believed it. It was very normal for a desperate realm to kill a rank 9. According to the 3 realms ranking list, those below the true god powerhouse were all ant. Great victory! Minister Fang is mighty. Invincible! All of Auspicious Peace was in an uproar. A large number of martial artists flew in all directions to spread this good news. At this moment, these people even forgot that they could do it with a phone call. They forgot, but Zhang Dingnan did not. He quickly asked the people from the Nanjiang House of Governors to spread the news everywhere. Minister Fang achieved a desperate realm. Minister Fang went on a killing spree in the Nanjiang catacombs and killed a desperate realm demon. The Nanjiang catacombs were destroyed. The catacombs dare not say anything. The news had spread too quickly. At this moment, humans also needed such news to cheer them up. Although the government kept comforting them, no one from the desperate realm showed up. No one returned, including a few acting ministers. No one appeared. The martial arts world was still panicking. However, at this moment, no one was panicking anymore. Great victory! Fang Ping actually achieved a desperate realm and killed his way back from the Nanjiang catacombs. It was unbelievable. There were so many true kings in the catacombs. If Fang Ping could do this, it meant that no one could suppress him anymore. The news not only spread in Sino Nation but also quickly spread to the world. This time, Sino Nation did not act alone. The governments of various countries and the 6 great holy lands were involved. Now that they knew Fang Ping had returned, everyone was excited. Mao, Lu Fengru and the others who were gathered in the hall received the news very quickly. They were all panting. After catching their breaths, the few of them looked at each other, then at each other in dismay. Tang Feng smiled bitterly. He achieved a desperate realm? It was too fast. It was so fast that he thought he was hearing things. When Fang Ping left, was he not still rank 8? Only 2 days had passed. How did he become a desperate realm? Yes, only 2 days. February 28th. Fang Ping led the team and set off. March 1st. Entered the catacombs. And now, March 2nd. Who could go from rank 8 to a desperate realm in 2 days? In the crowd, Song Yingji, who had just broken through to rank 7, smiled bitterly. I thought it was incredible that I broke through to rank 7 so quickly. I thought that if he came back this time and saw me at rank 7, his jaw would probably drop. Now, forget it. He entered rank 7 very quickly. Fang Ping helped a lot of people to advance their realms. He also benefited from it and entered peak rank 6. However, peak rank 6 was still very far from rank 7. As for him, he broke through to rank 7 so quickly because of the pressure. However, he did not expect Fang Ping to advance. He even crossed rank 9 directly. He was a desperate realm now. Tang Feng and the others had long given up on treatment. Although they felt a little helpless, they were still extremely excited at this moment. They said one after another, "Let's go to Nanjiang to take a look." He actually walked out of Nanjiang. Didn't they say that the Vice-Chancellor and the others are over at Capital City? In the crowd, someone laughed softly. Vice-Chancellor? Isn't the Vice-Chancellor Fang Ping? Vice-Chancellor Wu is not even a nominal Vice-Chancellor now. He has already entered the Ministry of Education. Everyone roared with laughter. It seemed like it. It was strange to say that Wu Quishan had entered the Ministry of Education. In this appointment announcement, he had already been stripped of his position as MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor. As for Fang Ping, he still held the position of MCMAU's Executive Vice-Chancellor. Under the situation where the actual Vice-Chancellor had been removed, Fang Ping was now MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor in the truest sense. Lu Fengru could not help but laugh. This guy made up his mind a long time ago. He wanted to be the Vice-Chancellor. Now his wish has come true. Not only that, he has even become the minister. He will soon become the chairman of that so-called counterattack union. Sigh. Everyone was really a little emotional. It was too fast. Fang Ping entered the university in 2008. Now it was only March 11th, not even 3 years. In 3 years, Fang Ping had walked a path that others could not finish in a lifetime. The outside world side. The Fang family. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was happy but also a little disappointed. She was happy that Big Brother was coming back, and it seemed like they had won this time. However, it seemed like Big Cat was not coming back. Big Cat is gone. Fang Yuan did not spend much time with Song Cat, but she still liked the fat, lazy cat very much. When Big Cat left this time, it said that it would not come back this time. It even pinched her face for a long time. Now that Big Brother was back, Song Cat was not. It might really be a long time before it came back. I haven't eaten the beef yet, Fang Yuan murmured. When Big Cat left, it took the beef with it. What a pity. Her disappointed mood dissipated very quickly. This was because the phone was ringing. Her own Big Brother had become a top powerhouse, the leader of mankind, and was now the minister of a department and the chairman of the counterattack union. Fang Yuan felt like she was in a dream. At home, the phone kept ringing. Obviously, some people were calling to congratulate them. Some were happy, some were sad. In Star Town, Council Hall, In the past there were 13 statues. Today there were only 9 statues left. No, 10 statues. Chen Yaozu's statue had been erected here recently. 14 statues. A few years ago, the Yang family's elder ancestor was broken. Today, in just one day, 3 statues were broken. In the hall's square, Su Zisu's eyes were red and swollen from crying. The elder ancestor had fallen. Just like when the Yang family's elder ancestor had fallen, the Yang family was grieving. Today, Star Town was grieving as well. Moreover, no one knew how Grandpa and the others were doing. It was even more worrying. Fatty Jiang Chao was also staring at the statues. Even if Warlord's statue was not broken, he was still worried. His grandfather was among them, and he did not know how things were going. On this day, 3 elder ancestors had died in battle. Star Town was about to be thrown into chaos. At this moment, someone shouted, "Fang Ping has returned! Fang Ping has returned from the top! Everyone, he's back! The heads of the various families have also returned from the forbidden catacombs." Boom! The council hall was in chaos. Everyone threw caution to the wind. Some people flew out of the hall and flew outside. They wanted to know who had returned and who had died in battle, killing thousands of rank 9s. They dared not imagine how many lives were needed to achieve such a feat. At the same time, everyone was shocked. The Nanjiang catacombs passageway shook. The next moment, Fang Ping appeared outside the passageway. Behind him, Old Wang and the others followed quietly. Not a sound. "I'm back." Fang Ping felt like a lifetime had passed. "I'm back. The humans have won." His laughter spread in all directions. 10 li, 100 li, 500 li. Fang Ping, who had powerful mentality, ignored everything at this moment. His voice overlapped again and continued to spread and spread. He wanted to tell everyone that the humans had won. The plan had succeeded, and the price paid was unimaginable. Chapter 10:15. The humans have won. On this day, this sentence spread all over the country. The powerhouses at the pinnacle, the rank 9 grandmasters, went to the catacombs to start the energy recovery plan. This was what they said before. They did not know what happened. They only knew that the humans had won. It was the truth. The energy had begun to recover. On Earth, all martial artists and even ordinary people could feel it. On this day, the whole world was immersed in a sea of cheers. Excitement, excitement, uplifting. The catacombs were nothing more than this. The outside world, the cheers were like a tide. Outside the Nanjiang catacombs, Fang Ping had been standing there, not moving. The cheers gradually subsided. Gradually, powerhouses arrived from all directions. Zhang Dingnan looked at Fang Ping, whose expression was gradually turning cold. For a moment, he felt a little dizzy. He knew that something had happened. One by one, the powerhouses arrived. Fang Ping was still standing there. Soon, in front of him, big screens were erected one by one. The old man who spoke on the television earlier appeared on the screen. Not only him, but the 6 holy lands and various countries' governments also appeared on the screen at this moment. The old man looked sad, no longer as calm as before. He said softly, "Minister Fang, tell us the battle losses." None of the desperate ones returned. Even if someone from Capital City came out, these people did not know what the situation was like in the desperate ones. The various countries already knew some of the situation, but they did not know how the losses were in other places. Only then did Fang Ping move. He said in a low voice, "To the ordinary people, to the masses, I need to motivate them. To you, to the various countries' governments, I need to tell you the truth. Heroes should not be forgotten. Even if they forget for a while, they will eventually be remembered by others." In this battle, the human powerhouses were all bathed in blood, fighting to the end. Pinnacle powerhouses, Sword King, Sun God, Great Pharaoh, First ancient Buddha, Fang Ping, listed the names of 16 powerhouses in succession. As he continued, the faces of the powerhouses from all sides turned pale. It was just 16 names, but it seemed extremely long. In this battle, 16 powerhouses had fallen. And this was not the end, just the beginning. This time, with me leading the 6 Holy Lands, the Sino nation government, and various countries, a total of 100 rank 9 Grandmasters and 40 rank 8 Grandmasters went, a total of 140 people. 49 ninth grade Great Grandmasters and 34 8th grade Grandmasters had died in battle. Of the 93 experts that have fallen, Kong Lingyuan and Grandmaster Wu Chuan have broken through to the pinnacle and left with the other experts. Only 45 have returned. Yes, 45 people came back, including himself. This time, he brought a total of 140 human experts with him. In the end, only this many survived. In one battle, 49 rank 9 martial artists were killed. This was a great victory. Silence. After the silence, there was an uncontrollable sadness. Even though they were all iron-blooded warriors, at this moment, tears streamed down the faces of the soldiers. 16 paragons died in battle. 49 rank 9s, 34 rank 8s, a total of 99 people. The number of casualties was less than 100. For a war that engulfed the 3 realms, it was insignificant. But these people were the pillars of the entire human race, the backbone of the human race. The sky was falling. On the screen, the old man's body was also trembling. It was the same for the other countries. At this moment, the powerful beings of the 6 Holy Lands felt as though the world was falling apart. The next moment, Fang Ping's voice was much louder. He bellowed, "But we've won. We killed thousands of enemy rank 9s and hundreds of enemy desperation realms. Humans have won. The paragons and powerhouses from all over the 3 realms have entered the ancestral tomb together. They can't come out anymore. The human race's chance is here. Now we can no longer be restrained by the top combat strength. We don't have to worry about so many things anymore. We have time to breathe. We killed the Catacombs leader, the Life King. We killed Heavenly Emperor Chang Rong of the 4 Lords of Brahma. The human race's chance is here. I'm telling you all this not so that you can be sad and cry. I'm just telling you how much these heroes have sacrificed in order to fight for this breathing space for us. How many lives have been sacrificed? Remember, everyone must cherish this period of time. In the past, humans were weak. We couldn't walk in the catacombs and couldn't find opportunities. Now we have. The 3 realms are in chaos. More than half of the catacombs' true kings have fallen. Now all sides can't be united. The momentum of invading Earth has been broken. You must seize this opportunity to find your own opportunities. There are still desperate realm powerhouses left in all sides. But you don't need to worry about them. The top powerhouses won't dare to attack you rashly. We humans have the power to deter them. So many people have been killed. So many people have died. What is it for? For more powerhouses to appear among us humans. For all of us humans to be like dragons. The start of new martial arts is for this. The philosophy of new martial arts is that there are pearls in the sea. And I tell you today, humans are pearls. Everyone has the potential to become a powerhouse. The situation is good, but it doesn't mean it will be good forever. Now, our top powerhouses need support. They are in the celestial cemetery, facing a huge crisis. Once all the desperate realm powerhouses have fallen in the celestial cemetery, who else can stand up and support this sky? So, in these 2 years, we must send out desperate realm powerhouses to find the celestial cemetery. Enter the celestial cemetery and support the human powerhouses. Otherwise, the day the celestial cemetery is broken, the day humans are extinct. Fang Ping was impassioned. He looked around, looked at the powerhouses who had arrived one after another, and said in a low voice, "Everyone can do it. As long as you have the heart, you can achieve the top. The human race's great path is now easier to walk." This is the general trend. The human race still has a glimmer of hope. They will not be completely extinct. So, we must strengthen ourselves. I hope that half a year later, there will be a team of more than 10 desperate realm powerhouses entering the celestial cemetery to support the seniors. I hope that there will be more desperate realm powerhouses emerging and defeating all sides in the celestial cemetery. When the celestial cemetery is broken, it will be the day humans dominate the 3 realms. I don't want that day to come. When the celestial cemetery is broken, it will be our doomsday. I don't want the celestial cemetery to be broken, and we will see the human top powerhouses being completely annihilated. Fong Ping's voice was loud and he shouted, "Everyone, can you do all of this that I hope to see?" I, Fong Ping, cannot do much. I can only do my best to protect everyone and block those 3 realms powerhouses for you. However, how you walk the path, it is still up to you. Half a year later, can I see 10 desperate realm powerhouses in the human race? If they are afraid, such people will not be able to walk the path of the top. As soon as these words were said, there was a moment of silence. In the next moment, on Star Town's side, someone personally rushed over and shouted, "Yes! Star Town will definitely have a powerhouse in half a year." The person who spoke was not one of the rank 9s who had returned. On Star Town's side, Su Haoran's son, Su Zisu's father, a rank 8 martial artist, was in high spirits at this moment. His face was flushed and he growled, "The Su family's elder ancestor has died in battle. The title of Sword King can only be inherited by the Su family. The Su family will definitely have a powerhouse in half a year." As soon as he finished speaking, a road appeared in front of this man, who was usually unknown and indifferent like a scholar. Almost in the blink of an eye, in the air, a shadow holding a long sword broke open a 200-meter-long road. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Su Mingyu opened his eyes, his gaze shining. "The Su family will not let the elder ancestor die in vain. We will not let the human powerhouses die in vain." This scholarly man, at this moment, had a murderous aura that shook the sky. On Star Town's side, even Su Zisu felt like she was meeting her father for the first time. "Good!" Fong Ping shouted loudly, laughing. "Good job, Grandmaster Su. The Su family's seniors, Su Yunfei and Su Haoran, have a chance to reach the top. Now, Grandmaster Mingyu has advanced to rank 9 3rd stage in one day. In half a year, I will wait and see who will be the Su family's top." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping laughed again. "The Su family's first to advance to the top will continue the title of Sword King. Even if Senior Su Yunfei and Senior Su Haoran are Grandmaster Mingyu's seniors, it will be the same. Sword King, the name of the human leader. His achievements are unparalleled. I hope the Su family will not bring shame to the title of Sword King. The Su family's elder ancestor, the human leader. The title of Sword King should not be inherited by anyone else. But now, the Su family wanted to continue the Sword King's path and pass on the torch. This was the motivation. Su Mingyu did not speak anymore, but the aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. On the screen, in the ancient Buddha Holy Land, an extremely old monk put his palms together and murmured, "The ancient Buddha Holy Land will not disappoint the ancient Buddhas. In half a year, a top will definitely appear. In the god's heaven, in half a year, the sun god will descend. In the world of 10,000 pagodas, the pharaoh will appear. In Totem City, another totem will appear. In the Andes Mountains, the glory of our ancestors will not be extinguished." One by one, the powerhouses growled. The glory of their ancestors would not become a thing of the past. It would only continue. Their ancestors were still alive and waiting for their reinforcement. Just like what Fong Ping said, They did not want to see the day the sky tomb was broken, to welcome the news of their ancestors' death. Seeing this, Fong Ping laughed again. Good. Then I will gather all the powerhouses here in half a year to search for the sky tomb and enter the sky tomb to help in the battle. Since all parties said this, it might not be boasting. Before some of the top masters left, they passed on their complete legacy. Now that the top masters had fallen, among all parties, there might be someone who could walk this path again. Zhang Tao's fusion of the path was not the same. As long as it was not following the path of the 6 powerhouses, others could also achieve the path. Half a year later, humans might really have many top masters. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly felt much more relaxed. Everyone was working hard. They were not the only ones fighting alone. 10 days later, we will hold a meeting in Magic City. We will discuss how to defend the 107 catacombs passageways. Know how to counterattack the catacombs. Fong Ping suddenly changed his words, saying loudly, "We humans still have an emperor level. In this 3 realms, we humans are the strongest. After 100 years of suppression, the humans should rise up and fight back. Suppress the 3 realms. Counterattack." At this moment, from all directions, a large number of powerhouses growled one after another, their vitality soaring to the sky. Heaven and earth were reflected in a blood-red color. The humans still had an emperor-level powerhouse. Now, the situation in the 3 realms had changed. The humans were no longer the weakest party, no longer the party suppressed by the catacombs. They had the ability to counterattack and change everything. Everyone was full of confidence and unusually excited. Even the sadness from before had been washed away. Star City's side wanted to ask where Commander Li Zhen was recuperating. After thinking about it, they decided not to ask. According to Fong Ping, Commander Li's injuries were not light. Now he needed to recuperate in secret just in case. If that was the case, then they should not ask. It might not be a good thing if more people knew. Behind Fong Ping, Old Wang and the other 2 were trembling slightly. What a big lie! Fong Ping's lie did not only lie to Mount Wangu but also to the 3 realms. He was also lying to the humans themselves. Now everyone thought that the humans still had a powerhouse close to an emperor-level existence who was only injured. Looking at everyone's excited looks, the 3 of them dared not imagine what kind of impact it would cause if a crisis really came and Li Zhen did not come out. It was unimaginable. The 3 of them looked at each other, their eyes revealing bitterness. Only Fong Ping could do something like this. If it were the 3 of them, they would not dare to tell such a big lie in front of all the leaders. If their psychological endurance was not strong enough, they would break down themselves. Lie to the entire 3 realms. They were trembling. Fong Ping looked calm. How could he not lie? Was he supposed to tell everyone that the humans did not have a paragon now? That there was only a pseudo-paragon here? If that was really the case, he was afraid that the humans would soon become the target of bullying in the eyes of all parties. Not only did he want to lie, but he wanted to lie truthfully. One day when he had time, he would find a place to burst out Li Zhen's aura. Although it was a little difficult to forge, it was not a big deal to catch a glimpse of it. The premise was that his mentality could recover quickly and improve further. Look, how passionate all parties were now. Because from the weakest force, in the blink of an eye, to become the only force with an emperor-level powerhouse, to become the strongest. The boost to their confidence was incomparable. The conversation in Nanjiang ended quickly. Fong Ping was tired. Everyone was tired. After ending the conversation, Fong Ping entered the Rue and Commander Manor to rest. He did not meet any other guests, and no one went to disturb him. Not long after the humans ended their conversation, deep in the Forbidden Sea, a faintly discernible door flashed and disappeared. It was not a heavenly tomb, nor was it a fake heavenly tomb forged by Tsang Mao. There were many heavenly realm fragments. Behind the door was a new world. Very, very big. A brand new world. Like the immortal world, birds chirped and flowers fragrant. In this world, there was a sun, there were clouds, there was everything. Huge palaces surrounded the world. The outermost layer had a total of 72 incomparably huge palace buildings, separated by thousands of miles, surrounding this world. One layer, one world. Below the palaces, there were people, villages, towns. This was a true god's country. Every true god had a country that belonged to them. 72 temples surrounded the outermost layer. Looking forward along the temple, it continued to spread. Soon, 8 larger temples formed the second layer's core circle. Spreading further inside, 3 huge palaces surrounded a huge building that looked like the heavenly court. Divine sect. 72 lord gods, 8 venerable emperors, 3 great guardians, and the divine sect's hierarch, King Kuan, formed this world. Not long after the humans ended their conversation, on the central temple square, a figure flashed and appeared. After a while, 5 or 6 shadows appeared here. Greetings, Guardian. A few powerhouses who came later bowed one after another. The powerhouse who was called Guardian had an illusory face that could not be seen. At this moment, he said slowly, the hierarch and the 3 great guardians entered the heavenly tomb. 8 great guardians, 3 of them died in the early years. I don't know the identity of the other 4. I don't know if they entered the heavenly tomb or if they are hiding. 72 Lord gods. Many have died over the years. This time, many have entered the heavenly tomb. Now, only a few Lord gods can be summoned back. Looking at the few shadows beside him, this venerable emperor continued, according to the intelligence, Fang Ping has returned to the human world. Li Zhen did not enter the heavenly tomb. Instead, he hid in a place and was healing. If Li Zhen wanted to hide, only the bitter sea. Before the hierarch left, he said that the human world was in great trouble. This time, the departure of the heavenly king and the martial king, the hierarch and the 3 great guardians, was a crisis and an opportunity. Although the divine sect's strength was greatly damaged, the same was true for the human world and all other parties. I want to go out of the divine realm to find Li Zhen, kill Li Zhen, and eradicate future troubles. All of you need to take the opportunity to stir up trouble everywhere and let the divine sect become the only one in the 3 realms. This time, the hierarch of the divine sect in the human world also entered the heavenly tomb with the human powerhouses. The divine sect's power in the human world was previously destroyed by Fang Ping and the heavenly division. I want to rebuild the divine sect in the human world. The human world is united. If there is a great change in the future, it will be the divine sect's great enemy. Do you have a good plan? As soon as the voice fell, someone said quickly, Lord Guardian, although the human world is united, it is not without opportunities. The human world was originally a secular world with strong desires. Now, the human world was not unified. The heavenly king and the martial king could still suppress it. Now, the heavenly king and the martial king have left, the netherworld king is hiding to heal, and the other true gods have all entered the heavenly tomb. This is the opportunity for the divine sect to strengthen. When the guardian finds the netherworld king and kills him, the human world will be another branch of the divine sect. Even if the martial king and the others return the next day. At this time, the person who spoke laughed and said, the strength of the martial king on the emperor's path is that the people are united. Once the people's hearts turn against him, he will be a fake emperor and will not be supported by the human world. The emperor's path will collapse. At that time, even if the martial king does not die, he will be a useless person. Before the Tao appeared, before the heaven-human realm wall opened, in fact, no one wanted to sacrifice the human world. It was useless. However, it was necessary to control the human world. At the critical moment, they could directly go to the blood sacrifice instead of having to fight endlessly. All parties wanted to infiltrate the human world. Otherwise, at the final juncture, the martial king and the others would sacrifice themselves and step into the emperor's path. Everything would be for naught. The martial king might not do it, but it did not mean that other people at the peak of the human world would not do it. Some people even suspected that the heavenly king was waiting for this opportunity. All these years, the divine sect had tried to infiltrate the human world many times, but they were all blocked by the heavenly king. Was the heavenly king really protecting the human world? Not necessarily. King Kuan had once guessed that this old guy might be waiting for an opportunity to treat the human world as a forbidden land. The moment the Tao appeared, it might be the time when the heavenly king advanced to the emperor realm. This person's words made the guardian nod slightly, and he said with a smile, "Then you, perfected Lord Dezhou, will lead this matter. If the Pope of the human world is not here, you will be the Pope of the human world. Rebuild the divine sect. In addition, try your best to contact Fang Ping and see if you can find Li Zhen. Li Zhen is hiding. Once his recovery is over, I'm afraid he will be a big problem. Guardian, why don't we threaten the human world now? Li Zhen will appear," someone suggested. If they directly threatened the human world now, with the personality of these powerhouses in the human world, Li Zhen would naturally appear. Do it in secret, don't make it big. The Guardian also answered straightforwardly. Why did they have to do it in secret? There was no other reason. They could not kill him. They were afraid of death. He killed the descendant of the heavenly king in front of many people. Did he not want to live anymore? But if they killed Li Zhen in secret, then there would be no such trouble. The true god who suggested forcing Li Zhen to appear, the guardian glanced at him and did not say anything, but he snorted coldly in his heart. He harbored evil intentions. Killing an ordinary descendant of the Li family might not be a big deal. But killing a descendant who walked the emperor path and was also close to the emperor rank, it would be strange if the heavenly king did not kill him. That heavenly king powerhouse was extremely powerful. He did not participate in the battle previously, but he also sensed it. Even the two heavenly kings' joined forces could not suppress him. He was just an ordinary emperor rank. Once he was targeted, King Kuan could not protect him. However, if he killed Li Zhen secretly, King Kuan would only be overjoyed. Without confirming who killed Li Zhen, if the heavenly king dared to retaliate, it would probably make the powerhouses of the three realms feel threatened, and in the end, the heavenly king would not be able to escape death. This emperor rank powerhouse weighed the pros and cons clearly. He had to take the benefits, but he could not offend the heavenly king too much. This was the right way. Since he said so, the others did not say anything more. Soon, someone said, "Lord Guardian, that Wang Jinyang's strength is improving rapidly, and the few extreme path heavenly emperors are suspected to be Wang Jinyang and the others. Why not kill them secretly, seize the divine weapons, or even the extreme path heavenly emperor Dao? Those people have not entered rank 9 yet. The Dao might not appear now." The Guardian thought for a while and said, "Besides, if Li Zhen is not dead, he should also be paying attention. Kill them, Li Zhen will definitely appear. Kill Li Zhen first, then kill these people." "But," someone said hesitantly, "these people's cultivation speed is too fast. I'm worried that if we don't kill them soon, it might cause trouble in the future." The Guardian said lightly, "Trouble in the future? Can they become emperor?" If they did not become emperor, then he had the confidence to kill them. Now that Fang Ping and the others made a move, what if they lured Li Zhen out? It had to be said that Fang Ping's unintentional action also saved his life. If he did not say that Li Zhen was still outside the Sky Cemetery, this emperor would probably attack him for the divine weapons. This guardian was afraid of the heavenly king's revenge, afraid that if he made a move, it would cause Li Zhen to appear, and both sides would fight a bloody battle. Killing Li Zhen would cause big trouble. King Kuan was not afraid. The three great guardians might not be afraid, but he was still afraid. Even a heavenly king might not be able to kill a saint, but it was not too difficult to kill an ordinary emperor like him. Seeing that they were still a little hesitant, the guardian said lightly, "If you can't find Li Zhen in half a year, kill Fang Ping and the others." At that time, the other 3 people who are suspected to be the reincarnations of the extreme path, Heavenly Emperor, should also step into the origin. It will be more suitable to make a move at that time. You don't have to worry about this. Infiltrate the human world, the land realm, the bitter sea, the immortal island, and the outland. The divine sect is the future master of the 3 realms. Yes. The true gods responded one after another. At this moment, the guardian said again, "Venerable Emperor Fengyun's real body has not appeared, and I also don't know where his real body is. The 3 realms ranking needs to continue. Show all the hidden powerhouses now, let them fight against each other, and the divine sect will benefit from it." Yes. Several people responded again. The work of collecting the hidden powerhouses of the 3 realms naturally needed them to do. The 3 realms ranking had played a lot of role before. If not for the appearance of the 3 realms ranking, Li Zhu might not have been noticed. Soon, everyone dispersed. The guardian paused for a moment and looked sideways at the main hall in front of the square. King Kuan had left, and the 3 great guardians had left. Maybe he could also enter this place? But now was not the time. Kill Li Zhen, maybe I can get a glimpse of the Emperor's path, or even the Heavenly King's path. Then kill Fang Ping and the others, seize the divine weapon, enter the temple again, and get a glimpse of the Celestial Emperor's path. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts rose in the guardian's mind. King Kuan wanted to become an emperor, and so did he. No one did not want to. There might be a chance. This time, when the powerhouses entered the celestial cemetery, it was his biggest chance. Was there anyone stronger than him in the 3 realms? Maybe he was the strongest person in the 3 realms. I can even take the opportunity to unify the 3 realms and become the master of the 3 realms. His ambition burst forth in an instant. Before this, there had never been such a thing. Before this, there were too many people suppressing him. Now, in the 3 realms, the only one who knew that he had the strength to compete with him was probably the seriously injured Li Zhen. The celestial cemetery appeared at the right time. The guardian murmured, then his figure dissipated and disappeared. Chapter 10:16. March 2nd. The 3 realms were in turmoil. Fate Monarch, Chang Rong Heavenly Emperor, and several other venerable sovereigns had died. Even though Ji Yao wanted to cover it up, the news still spread quickly. 99% of the experts above the true God realm would enter the heaven tomb in search of opportunities to become emperors. With the disappearance of the heavenly grave and the closing of the gates, it was likely that they would not be able to enter or exit in the short term. At this moment, there were even rumors that those who entered the heavenly tomb might not be able to return. The 3 realms became even more chaotic. Some of the experts from the king's territory became restless. The Catacombs dynasty and the divine sect were also in turmoil. Before this, with the true king holding the fort, the rank 9 powerhouses were just vassals. Now that the true monarch had not appeared, and up until now, the Sky Plant's royal court had not had a true monarch powerhouse step forward to clean up the mess. This instantly threw the Sky Plant's royal court into chaos. It wasn't just the inner region that was in chaos. At this moment, the outer region was even more turbulent. In the past, the outer realm had always been a subsidiary. But now, the alien experts suddenly realized that they might be able to dominate the entire God continent. A large number of rank 9 powerhouses perished in the battlefield of the Grand Duke. For example, more than half of the hall masters of the Skyplant royal court had died in battle. The few who were lucky enough not to go had managed to escape. Most of the experts in the origin were dead. In this way, the number of rank 9 powerhouses in the 108 outer territories might not be much less than the inner territories. Now that the inner region was in turmoil and the outer region was not as rich as the inner region, why not take this opportunity to enter the inner region? The catacombs was in turmoil. Li Yi and Ji Yao did not have the power to suppress the unrest. The royal court was in a state of turmoil, and a storm was brewing. It was the same for realm beyond Avalon. All the venerable sovereigns had disappeared, and many real gods had also left. The forces with real gods were fine, but the forces without real gods were all panicking at the moment. The situation in the overseas immortal islands was even worse. With the disappearance of the true god, a large number of rank 9 beasts suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Sea. They even began to gather. It seemed like they intended to attack the 33 immortal islands and seize the resources and treasures. In the past, with Atharch overseeing things, the demon race in the Forbidden Sea didn't dare to act recklessly. But now, without the restriction, the Forbidden Sea was too big. It was vast and boundless. These beasts began to gather. Not only that, there were even true God realm beasts that did not have time to enter the sky grave, and they also began to gather in the area of the 33 immortal islands. A large number of demons also gathered in the Royal Sea Mountain Range, a forbidden area of the demon race. For a time, everyone was in a precarious situation, and they were ill at ease. On the other hand, the human world was much more stable. The plan was originally proposed by the humans themselves. Before Zhang Tao and the others left, they had already arranged the follow-up. With that, when Fang Ping's group returned, Li Changxing and the others came back one after another, and the turmoil was reduced to its lowest point. Everything was developing in the direction that was beneficial to mankind. All of this was within Fang Ping's expectations. Humans did not have a clear understanding of the 3 realms to begin with. It had only been a few years since the world was dominated by martial artists. Before this, the pinnacle was not obvious, unlike the catacombs and other places, where true gods and venerable emperors were the heavens. In the human world, many people did not know about this. Out of the few peak experts that they were familiar with, only the heads of the 3 divisions, Li Zhen rarely appeared. The only one he was truly familiar with was Zhang Tao. Because of this, the impact of Zhang Tao and the others' disappearance was not as great as the true king's disappearance in the catacombs. This also reduced the turbulence to the lowest point. Rui, an admiral mansion. Fang Ping had occupied the entire House of Commander's cultivation room, and no one felt that it was inappropriate. On the top floor of the cultivation room, right now, Fang Ping was taking inventory of his loot. This time, he had gained a lot. His wealth had been depleted previously, but now it had exceeded 10 billion points. Even if the 2 divine weapons had increased a lot, in order to kill Life Kings, he had also consumed a lot. Excluding the divine weapons, Fang Ping had gained more than 6 billion wealth points from entering the catacombs this time. This meant that there were at least 60 trillion worth of resources. Storage rings, a total of 22. 6 are from true gods, 16 were obtained from killing rank 9s in the Land of Kings battlefields. When Fang Ping took out the 22 storage rings, the few people around him looked at him expectantly. Actually, Old Wang and the rest did not lack these. With their current strength, some treasures could not help them. But humans needed these. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to check the things. He thought for a while and said, "No matter how much I gain now, or it feels like it's too little, because this time we have to give it out. The 6 holy lands and countries all over the world have to give it out. We can only keep some things that we urgently need." The peak experts were all gone. Fang Ping realized bitterly that he had to help support a lot of forces. He had to support them. In the past, what did the 6 holy lands have to do with him? This time, however, the peak experts of the 6 holy lands suffered heavy casualties. The rank 9s were also fighting a bloody battle, and even more had died. Under such circumstances, Fang Ping had no choice but to take care of them. "I've used all the cat fruits myself. The most important thing now is to wake up the few rank 9s who have been sleeping until now." Fang Ping smiled bitterly again. Wang Qinghai, Jing Tao, and Nan Yunping were still sleeping soundly. If they did not wake up soon, a world war would break out. These few would either never wake up, or they would wake up at world peace. The few of them could not help but laugh. Li Hansong chuckled and said, "Why don't we let them continue to sleep? The next time they wake up, the world will be at peace." Save it. Many rank 9s died in battle this time. I'm still hoping that a peak expert will emerge from these people. Any rank 9s was the hope of a peak expert. Among the 3 sleeping rank 9s, one of them might become a desperate realm. How could Fang Ping give up? Ignoring them, Fang Ping began to count the spoils of war. Among the spoils of war, the most basic things were energy stones, energy liquids, and life essence. The energy stones were mainly snatched by Fang Ping himself. Powerhouses did not carry many of these. True kings almost would not carry them. However, there were some life essence and energy liquid. Energy stones. 5 tons, 10,000 caddies, worth 3 trillion. 5 tons. Fang Ping said it casually, as if it was not much. Energy liquids are all basic concentration. 5 times the concentration, 1 ton, worth 3 trillion too. Life essence, about 2,000 caddies too. 5 billion per caddy, worth 5 trillion. Storage rings, 22 of them, about 500 cubic meters in total. I'm afraid it's no less than 20 trillion. Just as he said that, Li Hansong muttered, "Storage rings are that expensive?" Fang Ping laughed. "Of course it's expensive. Humans may have developed space rings now, but if they want to stabilize space, the space is frighteningly small. 1 cubic meter is considered huge. Under normal circumstances, half a cubic meter is the standard. Even this is shockingly expensive. Humans had already developed space rings. However, powerhouses were needed to cut space. Not only that, top-notch powerhouses were also needed to solidify space, forming a space similar to the space battlefield. The cost was extremely high. Therefore, it was not the time to popularize it yet. On Sino Nation's side, the few space rings that were introduced first were all experimental. Now, they were given to some rank 9 martial artists to use for free. The space rings that Fang Ping had seized in the past were all 1 cubic meter, worth about 50 billion. Even the system calculated it this way. Obviously, the storage rings were worth this price. Just these few items alone were worth more than 30 trillion. In other words, the other things that he seized this time were probably worth about the same as this. This time, Fang Ping did not find any treasures similar to the 100 honing fruit. The weakest who died in battle were rank 8. Rank 8s almost did not have any storage rings. 16 storage rings, all from rank 9 powerhouses, 6 from true king powerhouses. How could there be these treasures for middle and low ranks? Rank 9 divine weapons, 9. This is not bad. Some true kings actually left divine weapons behind. Fang Ping counted and was somewhat satisfied. Humans still lacked divine weapons now. 9 was not a small number. Old Manly, that prodigal fellow. This time, Fang Ping gave him 2 swords, both of which were shattered by him. Fang Ping had thought that there would at least be 1 left this time. This time, it was not just 1 or 2 powerhouses who had their divine weapons shattered. Even 9 were not enough. Old Manly, this fellow. I think he needs to prepare at least a desperate divine weapon. Fang Ping shook his head slightly and continued looking. There are many energy fruit. Most of them are from rank 9 monster plant. There are also desperate fruits, Fang Ping said, suddenly stunned. I didn't see Tianyu this time. The few of them looked at him. Fang Ping frowned. Tianyu did not appear from the beginning to the end. This fellow did not come to the battle this time? That's right. It took root in Sky Plant's Imperial City. When it left, Sky Plant's Imperial City's defense system collapsed. That's why it did not come at all. Monster plants were not like monsters. Destiny Royal Court's Xian Long came to the battle. It tried to kill Fang Ping a few times, but it was held up by others. In the end, it also entered the sky cemetery. Tian Yu, however, did not appear. In that case, Sky Plant's imperial court now has at least 2 true kings, Tian Yu and King Huai. However, Tian Yu belongs to the Guardian Royal Court. Right now, I don't know if it returned to the Guardian Royal Court or continued to stay in Sky Plant's imperial court. Fang Ping quickly ignored this. It was not strange that each family had some true kings left behind. King Pingshan and that ferocious tiger monster were still alive. About 50 rank 9 energy fruit. Desperation energy fruits, a total of 9. Rank 9 energy fruits with slightly better effects were worth more than 100 billion. Desperation energy fruits were worth trillions. These energy fruits were worth more than 15 trillion. Rank 9 divine weapons were also worth more than a trillion. Including the things from before, the value was about 46 trillion. With this calculation, Fang Ping was looking forward to it. In that case, the other things were worth at least about 20 trillion. But these powerhouses did not bring many things. No one would bring trash like low-ranked energy stones. Their storage space was not considered big. Of course, they brought useful things. At this moment, there were less than 30 things left in front of Fang Ping. This meant that the average value was more than 600 billion. Some of the things in front of him were stored in jade boxes. These were either energy fruits or pills. Some of them looked like they were sealed and were black in color. Fang Ping was also considered a knowledgeable person. It was mainly because he had read the atlas in the Catacombs Palace of 100 Kings and seen many treasures. Unless the catacombs did not even have them, his knowledge was considered outstanding among humans. Fang Ping had always thought that being knowledgeable was the mark of a big boss. The current him was very knowledgeable, so he was now considered one of the big bosses of the 3 realms. This was not wrong at all. This is jade sky grass? Fang Ping opened a jade box, a little surprised. The others looked at him. Fang Ping explained, jade sky grass. This thing is not produced by a monster plant with a consciousness. It should be considered a treasure. Its function is also simple. It is used to cleanse energy. Cleanse energy? You mean cleanse? That's what I mean. Fang Ping laughed. Martial artists, after all, need to absorb a lot of energy stones and consume various treasures. The energy is more or less mixed. Ordinary people can't cleanse it. This thing is specially used for cleansing. Its effect is very strong. Of course, I don't need it. I'm a 9th refinement golden body. The repellent energy has been expelled. Fang Ping glanced at the 3 of them. Suddenly, he looked at Li Hansong and said, Iron Head, use it. Although your golden body is strong, it is very mixed now. The external energy you absorb is too complicated and not pure enough. I see that you have the realm of a 7th refinement golden body now, but it feels very superficial. Having said that, Fang Ping threw the box to him. Take it and cleanse it. Maybe you can enter 8th refinement golden body soon. Li Hansong mumbled. Fang Ping heard it and said impatiently, 9th refinement golden body? With your situation, I don't think you can count on it. As for the matter of you guys going against the origin, we'll talk about this later. I'll ask the cat first. He could communicate with the cat. However, he was worried that the cat was fighting now. It was best to wait for the cat to take the initiative to talk to him. Fang Ping continued to look at the treasures. Soon, he said with a surprised look, whose thing is this? The heart core of a desperate monster plant? This guy killed a desperate monster plant before? He was a little surprised. Even if a desperate monster plant was killed, it was difficult to leave a heart core and brain core behind. Many monsters died in battle this time. He did not see these left behind. Even if there were, they had been snatched away. There were so many true king powerhouses and so many human powerhouses. Other than Li Zhen, who exploded his emperor weapon, Fang Ping did not see many true divine weapons. Of course, it was not that there were none. Some people still had them, but they were too few. Among those who had defeated true God-level powerhouses in the battle, there were not more than 5 who had true divine weapons. As for Emperor weapons, they were pitifully few. Did 3 or 4 have them? Those heavenly king powerhouses almost did not use weapons. He saw Moon Spirit had 2 divine weapons. The others' heavenly king seals were considered semi-divine weapons. I wonder who the earthly emperor sword belongs to. Fong Ping went to kill the Life King in the end. He really did not know. When he came out, those people ran fast. He did not know if they were recalled by Moon Spirit. A desperate monster plant's heart core. It was very difficult to forge a peak divine weapon with a single heart core. Even if it was forged, it might only be a top-notch rank 9 divine weapon. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping said, "I'll see if I can forge a top-notch rank 9 divine sword for Old Manly later, so that he doesn't break his divine weapon every time." When he saw the third item, Fong Ping was stunned. The others were stunned too. Cat fruit. Everyone was stunned. Fong Ping's expression changed. "Where is this cat tree? I didn't see it this time. But I saw the cat fruit at Pine King's place before, at Li Zhu's place, and now, this is the third one. This fellow is definitely related to the heavenly plant's royal court. Otherwise, why would so many cat fruits appear? The cat fruit is good stuff. It's especially effective in repairing the origin space. I really want to catch this fellow now and make it bear fruit for us." Fong Ping felt a little regretful. He did not know where the cat tree had hidden itself. Otherwise, he would not be afraid of the cat tree. The old cat said that its origin was flawed. It was scared stiff when it saw the heavenly hound. It would be great if it could be brought back to bear fruit. If the cat tree was here, he would not have to worry about Wang Qinghai and the rest not waking up. They were all injured in their origin. The cat fruit had the best effect in restoring the origin. "This is for Vice-Chancellor Nan Yunping." Fong Ping made the final decision. Nan Yunyue had participated in the battle. In the end, she seemed to be injured quite badly. The Absolute Peak's family still had to be partial. After all, these Absolute Peak had sacrificed too much. The heavenly fruit can produce large amounts of origin energy. This has the best effect in expanding the source world. I'll keep it. Fong Ping checked out the treasures one by one. He was quite satisfied. The things that Wang Qinghai and the other 2 needed to restore were almost gathered. These 3 should be able to recover quickly and wake up. Not only that, there were things that strengthened the golden body and strengthened mentality. There were quite a lot of these treasures. There were also some medicinal pills used by some ancient martial arts powerhouses. Fong Ping did not recognize some of them, but he could generally identify them. There were recovery pills, healing pills, and cultivation pills. A map. Fong Ping opened a beast skin map casually. This beast skin seemed to be a rank 9 beast skin. This was found in a true god powerhouse's storage ring. Fong Ping opened it and took a look. Then, he said in surprise, "A map of celestial realm fragments? This fellow found this. I wonder if he has explored it before." Some celestial realm fragments could move, some could not. Since the map was left behind, it might not move. However, Fong Ping's head hurt looking at it. Fong Ping could not understand the wavy lines drawn on the map on the Forbidden Sea. There were no landmarks. The reason why he knew that it was a celestial realm fragment was because a crack had opened in midair, revealing some things. The guy who drew had a decent foundation. However, Fong Ping still despised him for a while. Could it not be shown in a crystal book? These old antiques did not know how to make things convenient for others at all. He threw the map aside. Very quickly, Fong Ping picked up a book again. He frowned slightly and took out another item from his storage space. This was what he got from killing the female true god. 72 Lord God's name list. Fong Ping did not know if the owner of this storage ring was killed by the people from the divine sect later, or if he had died before. If it was before, then it would be interesting. The 72 Lord Gods that represented the divine sect might have infiltrated various forces. Fang Ping took a look at the female true god Ming Yu's album of names. 12 names were crossed out. This might mean that 12 people had died that year. Fang Ping also took a look at this new name list. 22 names were crossed out. Ming Yu and the other 3 were there. He was there too. Later, the divine sect sent 30 true gods. Old Wang and the rest killed too. That makes 37. Fang Ping calculated. If that was the case, then it would be 55. 72 Lord Gods. About 55 people were confirmed to be dead or had entered the celestial cemetery. The remaining 17, perhaps some of them had infiltrated other forces and entered together. If this name list is the latest one, it means that there are still many people from the divine sect who have not left this time. Fang Ping sighed. 17 Lord Gods' whereabouts were unknown. Even if half of them had infiltrated other forces, at least 7 or 8 had not left. The divine sect's strength was still extremely strong. Old Wang said in a low voice, "Do you think the Grand Pope is one of the Lord Gods?" Fang Ping nodded. "Possibly. If not, it's their venerable emperor." Whether the Grand Pope is a venerable emperor, it's hard to say. To be able to hide it from old Zhang for so long, it's not easy. Even Heavenly King Suppression didn't seem to notice the other party's existence. Fang Ping said and laughed. "No matter who it is, they have all gone in. Don't think about him. The Grand Pope must have left. If he was among the top humans, then he would definitely enter the celestial cemetery this time. However, it was probably not a very important desperate situation. There were still some people who knew about old Zhang's plan. If the Grand Pope knew about it, the divine sect would not have entered. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the divine sect had entered deliberately. It was also possible that they went with the flow. There are at least 7 or 8 true gods in the divine sect who have not left. This force that overturned the Earth Emperor God dynasty and the era of sects is indeed not simple. King Kun could organize so many powerhouses. He was not simple either. The 3 great saints had surrendered to him. Fang Ping suspected that King Kun might have some unknown tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, how could a saint surrender to someone so easily? Even if his father was the earthly emperor, it would not work, unless the earthly emperor was still alive. Faceless, who was killed by me previously, said that Heavenly Hound's corpse is in the divine sect headquarters. I don't know if it's true or not. I still have to go take a look when I have time. After all, it's Cat's old buddy. If the divine sect really took it away, I still have to get it back. At the thought of this, Fang Ping thought of the divine sect messenger that he had let go of previously. Perhaps the breakthrough was still with him. When he had time later, he would kill him and see if he could impersonate him and enter the divine sect headquarters. At this moment, Fang Ping had also finished checking the spoils of war. He was a little disappointed. There were no particularly amazing treasures. Of course, any one of these treasures would be a treasure to a rank 9 powerhouse. But for Fang Ping, it was not enough. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping muttered, "The treasures that I need now are mainly treasures related to the origin path. Ordinary ones really won't do. To enhance the origin path, I need a lot of origin chi and strong willpower. Another thing is to expand the origin world. It's best if it's a treasure like the cat fruit that can expand my origin world." Fang Ping calculated for a while. Ordinary treasures were useless to him now. As for the enhancement of his physique, he only needed the imperishable substance. He mainly needed to enhance the origin space and the origin path. The former needed to be consolidated. The stronger and bigger it was, the more advantageous it would be to fight in the origin space. Fang Ping seriously suspected that the cat liked to drag people into the origin space and stab them to death, because its origin world was incomparably powerful. This cat ate the cat fruit like it was a fruit. The origin world was incomparably sturdy. If ordinary true gods fought with it in the origin world, their origin world would probably be smashed by the cat world instantly. My origin world needs to be consolidated. Not only that, it's best if I can integrate the materialized Sun City into the origin world and create a real world. The more complicated the origin world was, the more it could be consolidated. Integrating a world in the origin world was generally something that only Heavenly King powerhouses could do. Fang Ping's previous idea was to fill the materialized object with imperishable substance. Now that he thought about it, it might not be the right way. Of course, I can fill it with imperishable substance after integrating it into the origin world. Oh right, does the imperishable substance have any effect on the origin world to consolidate? Fang Ping did not know. He could try all these. If he could really create a world forged from imperishable substance in the origin world, then he would have powerful means to fight enemies in the future. I already have the residents, those fellows in the origin world. Fang Ping laughed suddenly. Did this count as a sudden whim of his? There were many people in his origin world. Of course, they were just virtual projections. However, he had built Sun City. It was not bad to let these people live in it. There's an old Zhang in there too. The next time I meet old Zhang, I'll invite him to my origin world to have a chat with the old Zhang in there. The more Fang Ping thought about it, the happier he was. Wang Jinyang and the rest were speechless. What were they thinking? Fang Ping, this fellow had a big heart. There were a lot of things to do now. Was he not nervous when he was secretly happy here alone? Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. He glanced at the black screen of the system again. How long will the system upgrade take this time? Will there be new functions appearing? Fang Ping did not know. Previously, he had analyzed the origin world. According to the system situation, if it upgraded this time, would there be higher-level functions appearing? Or perhaps there were none at all. Let's wait and see. Fang Ping's feelings were still very complicated. On the one hand, he hoped that there would be, but on the other hand he actually hoped that there would be none. If there was none, it meant that this was the limit of the system. This also meant that the system's ability was actually also limited. The future, let's talk about the future. Chapter 10:17. He was waiting for the system upgrade to complete. At the same time, in a broken small world, Warlord carried Zhang Tao on his back and fled quickly. Behind them, many powerhouses were chasing after them. Warlord gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "A bunch of lackeys. Instead of looking for their own opportunities after entering the Sky Cemetery, they're still listening to those guys' orders. How stupid! With the opportunities, they can become emperors on their own. Why do they still need to listen to those emperors and heavenly kings?" Warlord cursed. After entering the Sky Cemetery, the human powerhouses began to scatter and flee. If they gathered again, they would be easily captured by those heavenly kings. At this point, it was better to scatter and flee. He fled with the heavily injured Zhang Tao and became a thorn in the side of all parties. Both the catacombs and the divine sects sent powerhouses to hunt them down. Although Warlord's strength was not bad, 5 true gods were enough to kill him. Zhang Tao was now in a coma. He did not have the strength to resist. Those heavenly kings and emperors had all gone to look for opportunities. These true gods became the main force of the hunt. When Zhang Tao recovers, I'll kill all of you. Let's see if you can still chase after me then. After cursing for a while, Warlord turned around and roared, "Maple King, you're a lackey. You're a lackey. You said so many people died but you're still alive. Looks like you'll be a lackey for a few more years. I don't even know if I should pity you." Maple King was cold and said nothing. "You won't say that when I catch up to you." At this moment, Maple King was the leader, followed by more than 10 true god powerhouses. They chased after Warlord. Warlord and Zhang Tao were both going to die. They ran one after the other. At this time, the sound of the wind behind them became louder. Under the astonished gaze of the Maple King, a fat cat flashed by and disappeared, also cursing. "Come after me. I'm not afraid of you. I'll stab you to death sooner or later. I have people. I've ambushed 100 emperors here in the Sky Cemetery. When I summon them, I'll stab you all to death." The cat kept muttering, looking back at the people chasing after them from time to time. "Who's that? Earthly Sovereign's son? When you were young, I peed in your teacup. You drank my pee, and now you want to kill me? Do you believe that I'll curse you?" At the back, King Kuan's face turned green. That was not all. The cat turned around again and mumbled, "That? Li Zhu. Isn't he a rebel? This cat seems to remember who you are. You rebel against your master. I hate people like you the most. I remember Big Dog hitting you in the past. Your face was covered in dog claws." Upon hearing this, even Li Zhu, who had always been calm, could hardly keep his composure. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Li Zhu smiled faintly and said, "Emperor Tsang, tell us the location of the 9 emperor fruits and the 9 emperor seals. No one wants to kill you. We are just asking." "Bah, your face is full of dog piss. I won't tell you. I'll piss you off. Come and chase me," the old cat said gleefully with a smile on its face. "You'll be scared later. This cat is very familiar with this place. Do you know where this is? Where is Sovereign Qinling's place? Spirit Emperor really likes this cat. This cat comes here every day. Spirit Emperor said that he hates stinky men like you the most. I'll poke you all to death. Just you wait, this cat is going to Spirit Emperor's bedroom now. If you dare to enter, I'll poke you all to death." Behind them, the expressions of the heavenly kings changed. These words left them speechless. One of the 9 emperors, the only female emperor, Spirit Emperor. Back then, she had countless disciples, all female. Men were not allowed to enter. Those who disobeyed would be killed. The cat and dog were fine. They were all demons, so there was no distinction between men and women. Of course, the perverted dog was forbidden to enter, but the cat was fine. If he really entered Spirit Emperor's bedroom, with Spirit Emperor's personality, it was not impossible for him to set up a killing array. The cat was still very pleased. At this moment, it happened to pass by the War King and Kuan. "Big fatty, come brush my fur. It's so tiring to fly, my fur is all messed up." The War King's face had long turned green. King Kuan was here, Li Zhu was here, and the 2 kings were behind them. These people had all followed the cat here. He was ready to scold the cat to death. Hearing this, he did not hesitate and hurriedly approached the cat, grabbing its tail and not letting go. Seeing this, the cat was exasperated. "Don't scratch me. Who told you to grab this cat's tail? You brush my fur. Brush my fur, it's uncomfortable. If you're done brushing, I'm going to eat." The War King almost died of anger. At this time, this cat still wanted to eat and brush its fur. Where did it think it was? The cat ignored him and turned to look at Zhang Tao, who was on his back, and said happily, "Ah, the pseudo-emperor is about to be poked to death. How dare you bully a cat?" The War King could not care less. He hurriedly asked, "Cat, can you save him?" "No." "Cat," the cat muttered. "His origin is overflowing, how can he be saved? His source world is not strong, and it is about to disperse. Now there is still a guy attacking his source world. If it disperses, he will die." The War King's expression changed. The Master of the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven. No wonder that guy did not respond. It turned out that he had entered Zhang Tao's source world and was fighting. No wonder Zhang Tao did not say a word. He was not dead, and it was not much different from being dead. Then what should we do? What should we do? The cat said with a headache, "Why don't I take you to the bathing pool and see if we can find some Spiritual Emperor's bath water? Spiritual Emperor's bath water is very good, and it is made of natural treasures. Drinking some might make you feel better. But after so many years, who knows if there is any left? The War King was stunned. Bath water? He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Tao. I will take you to drink bath water. If you know, you won't make trouble for me, right? The most important thing was that it was not fresh, and it had been almost 10,000 years. The War King did not care anymore and hurriedly asked, Is there more? I don't know about that, the cat said perfunctorily. It did not see Spiritual Emperor's bathing pool. The previous bathing pool was only the bathing pool of Spiritual Emperor's disciples. The big dog did not dare to peep at Spiritual Emperor, or it would be beaten to death. Let's look for it, the cat said, turned its head again, and said happily, I'm going to Spiritual Emperor's bathing pool. You guys come. In order to prevent the big dog from peeping, Spiritual Emperor set up the 7 heavens formation. Come on, I'll poke you to death. As soon as the words came out, their expressions changed again. The ancient celestial court powerhouses set up formations based on the destructive power of the 9 heavens. The 7 heavens formation's destructive power was comparable to a rank 9's 9.6 million calories, and this was to guard against the heavenly hound. From this, it could be seen that the heavenly hound probably also had such strength. Perhaps it was slightly weaker, or else it would not have been effective. However, the heavenly hound's strength was obviously much stronger than the heavenly king's. The 6 heavens formation did not have much lethality against the heavenly kings. But the 7 heavens, very soon, King Kuan said lightly, so many years have passed, Spiritual Emperor's formation is probably ineffective. Big idiot. You're as stupid as before, the cat said disdainfully. Emperors, your father is an emperor. You don't even know this. As long as the emperor's path is not broken, heaven and earth are not destroyed, the formation set up by the emperor will not be broken, big idiot. King Kuan almost died of anger. This cat was targeting him. It had been looking down on him. Cat, don't call me. The cat was very fast. Although it was fat, it flew at an astonishing speed, not slower than these heavenly kings. After responding, the cat continued to expose him. I remember again, did you get spanked by Big Blackface in the past? King Kuan did not say a word and did not reply. Also, you got spanked by Old Man Earthly Emperor. Cat, you got spanked by Old Man North Emperor too. He said you looked at Moon Spirit lustfully. Cat, you got spanked by Old Man Liju too. Why didn't you hit him? King Kuan's face was livid. Liju did not say a word and slowed down a little. Only then did he smile and said, Emperor Tsang recognized the wrong person. No way. The cat was unhappy and said angrily, It must be you. Big Dog and I went to steal the 9 Emperor seal. You were there, and it was Big Dog who hit your face full of dog claws. As soon as he said that, King Kuan snorted coldly, It really is you. Palm seal user. Li Zhu said lightly, King Kuan, do you believe the cat's words? King Kuan snorted coldly and did not bother to say more. The Heavenly Court was a huge organization that ruled the 3 realms. The 9 emperors could not stay in the Heavenly Court all the time. They had their own things to do and needed to cultivate. Thus, the Palm Seal user appeared. This was what King Suppressing Heavenly King was talking about. The 9 Emperor Seal. Back then, it was the Palm Seal user who was in charge. Once the 9 Emperor Seal was stamped, one could pass through the 3 realms unimpeded. It was equivalent to the Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court or the Minister of Internal Affairs. If the 8 kings and 36 saints were martial positions, the Palm Seal user was a civil position. Even the 8 kings could not compare to him. Previously, King Qian and King Suppressing Heavenly King had guessed that Li Zhu's way of doing things was similar to the Palm Seal user. Now it seemed that it was really him. Although the cat had a bad memory, it would not be wrong. Palm Seal user, see Seal user, King Kuan snorted inwardly. These powerhouses had appeared. Back then, some of the high-ranking powerhouses in the heavenly court did not seem to have died. Instead, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors were gone. When he was still weak, these guys were old powerhouses. The 8 kings. The 8 kings were all mid-stage heavenly court. Before the 8 kings were conferred, these guys already held positions in the heavenly court. Palm seal user, since you are alive, what about the others? King Kuan said coldly. You and the sea seal user appeared. Is the weapon master of the heavenly court still alive? Civil positions, the palm seal user was respected. Martial positions in the heavenly court, the weapon master was respected. He controlled the weapons of the 3 realms. Sea seal user was responsible for suppressing the sea of sufferings. He was also a top powerhouse. 2 of the 3 messengers appeared. What about the most powerful one? Li Zhu said lightly. I am not the palm seal user. As for the weapon master, it might be the king suppressing heavenly king. Then, he said lightly, the 8 kings and 36 saints divided the military power of the 3 realms. He has a reason to suppress you. Weapon master, King Kuan's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, I have seen the weapon master. Li Xuanxie is different. You have? Li Zhu said indifferently. On the day the 8 kings and 36 saints were conferred, the weapon master left the heavenly court in anger. So what if you have? Did you have the right to see through him? Before the 8 kings and 36 saints appeared, it was the weapon master who led the armies of the 3 realms. After that, the 9 sovereigns divided their power and divided the world. Later, the 8 kings and 36 saints appeared. The weapon master felt that the 9 sovereigns did not trust him and left the heavenly court in anger. He never returned and lived in seclusion. King Kuan was not as powerful back then. How could he see through him? King Kuan's expression changed again. Weapon master? Was the king suppressing heavenly king really a weapon master? If that was the case, he might be even more powerful than he appeared. When the weapon master was in charge of the 3 realms' martial affairs, he was still a child. That person was already famous in the 3 realms. But soon, King Kuan denied this theory. He snorted. The weapon master is in the heavenly court's army. He has countless disciples. How could he be alone, idiot? Li Zhu sneered and said faintly, Disciple? Where did the true gods come from? He dug them out. If he was not a weapon master of the 3 realms, how would he know the exact location of the 3 realms war? How many ancient battlefields do you know, King Kuan? The 3 realms was too big. There were many battles back then. Experts fought each other for territory, disciples, treasures. It was not the first time they started a war. The 9 sovereigns did not care about these things. Only 2 people knew about these places, the weapon master and the seal master. The seal master was in charge of imperial decrees and would pay attention to these things. The weapon master needed to control all forces and would also pay attention to these things. Since Heavenly King Subduing could dig out so many people, he was probably one of the 2. As the 2 spoke, the cat was listening. It did not panic. It turned around and asked curiously, Is that old man a weapon master? I heard he has a 30,000 mu orchard in his house. We have been looking for a long time, but we can't find it. Do you know where it is? Why don't we stop fighting and go pick some fruits? The experts' faces darkened. Did he think he was playing house? At this time, Tianji King said, Li Zhu, since you are the seal master, you should know where the seals of the 9 sovereigns are. Are you trying to divert our attention? Li Zhu smiled. I am not the seal master. If you 2 are just coachmen, do you think you deserve to talk to me like this? Coachmen. The 2 kings were livid. No matter what, they were not coachmen. They were also ancient, venerable sovereigns. They were already venerable sovereigns when the heavenly realm was still around. Otherwise, they would not have gone to the earthly Emperor God dynasty to be the lord of the demon palace. Of course, they did not have high positions in the celestial court back then. They were disciples of the earthly emperor and held positions in the celestial court. Their positions were similar to the horse protector, but they were still officials, not coachmen. Which official in the celestial court wasn't an emperor-level expert? The 3 emissaries, 8 kings, 36 saints. After that, it was the minor officials like them. There were still many ranks below them. They could be considered important figures in the 3 realms, but they were looked down upon by Li Zhu. Of course, if Li Zhu was really the seal master, it was normal for him to look down on them. As they spoke, the cat was a little disappointed that they did not reply. It mumbled, "Then I'll ask that old man next time. Big Dog and I searched for a long time, but we couldn't find his fruit garden. We don't know where he hid it." After that, the cat smiled and said, "Old men, let's play hide and seek. I'm good at hide and seek. You can't find me if I hide." They were speechless again. There was nothing wrong with that. This cat could hide. Most of the time, when a war broke out, the cat went to sleep, but no one knew where it was sleeping. Not only that, once it slept, it was easy for people to forget it. They had to admit that this was a skill. By the way, the fruits of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors are not ripe yet. That day, I planted their daos in the tree of Tao. They said it would take 10,000 years for them to ripen. It's only been 7,000 years, and it's only half ripe now. They might not be able to digest it completely. As soon as he said that, their hearts stirred. King Kuan's face was tense. After the destruction of the heavenly realm, where were you? Take a guess? The cat grinned happily. Was he angry? King Kuan was angry. At this time, the cat laughed again. "Don't chase me, I'll tell you." King Kuan snorted coldly. The cat was also very annoyed. The chase was so annoying. "I've lost weight again." The cat was a little sad. "It was hard for me to run when they were chasing me. I wanted to go back for dinner. Now that everyone is chasing me, how am I going to go back for dinner?" After thinking for a long time, the cat's big eyes began to roll. The next moment, he suddenly threw out a big gong, the heavenly gong. The gong and drum quickly expanded, covering the world. A giant cat was waving a gong and beating the drum, yelling, "Come quickly! Old man Li Zhu is the seal user. He has taken the 9 emperor seals." The earthly emperor's son. The earthly emperor's son peeped at Moon Spirit bathing and killed little Ayu. "Moon Spirit, come and beat him." "That crazy old man. Your father, that so-called emperor, was killed by that old earthly emperor. Come and beat him up. That big fish, such a big fish head, I didn't eat your small fish, it was given to me by the earthly emperor's son. He said it was delicious, we ate a lot together." That. King Kuan. "Any king, come and beat them up, get the heavenly king seals." The combination of the 8 heavenly king seals and the 9 emperor seals can open a passage to the 9 heavens, to the celestial origin. As soon as he said this, the world shook. In the next moment, the experts who were searching for treasures in the distance all burst out. Moon Spirit, Heaven's Pole, King Qian, King Sun, King Zhen, Tian Chief, Sea Guardian, and Heaven Suppressing King, a total of 8 heavenly king experts rushed over. Li Zhu, King Kuan, and the 2 kings were all stunned. This cat lied through its teeth. They didn't know this cat had such a hobby before. The King of War was dumbfounded. This could work? But someone really believed it. Especially when the cat said that the combination of the 8 seals and the 9 emperor seals could open a passage to the celestial origin. This seemed to be true, the legend seemed to be true. Li Zhu is the palm seal envoy? At this moment, some experts were also shocked. In the 3 realms, some late-stage venerable emperors might not know about the 8 kings, but ancient venerable emperors like Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu knew. The palm seal envoy was a big shot in the celestial court. The cat was happy. He turned around and stuck out his tongue at the experts, rolled his eyes and wagged his tail. He gloated and said, "I'll beat you to death for chasing me." The sky-reaching bell was a divine artifact, not only because it could whistle to call people. The key was that the sky-reaching bell could affect the mind. Whatever the cat said would be magnified. The cat had two divine artifacts that belonged to him: the sky-peaking mirror and the sky-reaching bell. The sky-peaking mirror, the way of heaven. The sky-peaking bell, the effect of reaching heaven, was rumored to be able to communicate with heaven and earth. This was the cat, the darling of heaven and earth. What the cat said, even if it was nonsense, could raise people's suspicions to the maximum. Even if they knew it might not be true, they had to try. Maybe it was true. At this moment, many Heavenly King stage experts, including some emperors and sages, rushed over. The ash cat was elated as it shook its fat butt. After waiting for a moment, the moon spirit was the first to arrive. It went straight for King Kuan. The ash cat's 4 legs suddenly stomped on the ground. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared without a trace. "If I let you chase me, you'll still eat my fart." The next moment, the cat appeared in a dark palace. With a swing of his tail, he sent the King of War flying. "It's here. Go in and find it yourself. It's dangerous." Ling Huang hates men peeping at her. But Ling Huang is not here, so be careful. Cat. At this time, Zhang Tao was a little sober and he said weakly, "This time I implicated you. When we get out, oh, it's okay." The cat became polite and said happily, "I'm leaving, it's not fun here. Those guys are always chasing me, it's so tiring, I've lost a lot of weight. I'm hungry, I'm going to eat dinner, you guys have fun." After saying that, the cat was about to leave, but after thinking for a moment, he summoned a ball from Zhang Tao's body. He picked up the ball and looked at it, muttering, "I was wondering why the mirror was broken. I can't see the great path, so it's in here. Forget it, it'll take a long time to take it out now. You guys keep it for now. That fake human emperor. In the future, you can stab someone to death, throw it in here, and you can see the great path. You can have more of that Tao. I'll lend it to you for now." After saying that, the cat threw the bead, turned around, and ran. Zhang Tao hurriedly said, "This place is very dangerous, cat, don't run around, go to Heavenly King Zhen." "I'm not going." After saying that, the cat had already disappeared. They were all hungry. Who would go to that old man's side and fight? "I'm leaving, you guys fight." The cat calculated the time. If he went out now and rushed back, would he make it in time for dinner? At Chubby Face's house, dinner was served at 7 in the evening. What time was it now? 4 or 5 o'clock. The cat was a little anxious. Did Chubby Face cook for him today? "I'm so hungry, I want to eat a lot today." "No, I have to go quickly, go back for dinner." The cat did not even look back, and in the blink of an eye, completely disappeared in front of the two. Warlord and Zhang Tao looked at each other. After a while, Warlord coughed and said, "Did you hear the last sentence? I heard it, go back for dinner?" Zhang Tao was stunned. What did he mean? Where were they going to eat? Warlord was also stunned. After a while, he said dryly, It can't be that it left a back door, right?" Zhang Tao was stunned again. It was hard to say. The heavenly realm was extremely sturdy. Anyway, they had been fighting until now, and Heavenly King stage powerhouses could not break it. The entrance was blocked by a divine artifact. Not only was the heaven confining bell a divine artifact, but it also had many things added to it. To break the divine artifact, even a heavenly king might not be able to. Under normal circumstances, it would not be able to escape, unless they killed the person controlling the heaven confining bell. But now, apart from Zhang Tao, probably only the person controlling the heaven confining bell knew. Zhang Tao did not control it. Maybe it was Heavenly King Zhen. So they could not leave this place now. But the cat was going back for dinner? While Zhang Tao was stunned, the corner of his mouth twitched. This is big trouble. Don't tell me that the cat has left. If it really went back, it means that there is a passage out of this place. If too much time passes and they can't find the opportunity, these people might have to leave. Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. Damn it. If only he knew that this cat was so unreliable. Forget it, whether this cat was reliable or not, it was not clear now. The key point is, we forgot to ask, where do we go out? Zhang Tao smiled bitterly. He did not even know this, what a blunder! He was thinking about his blunder. At the same time, Song Mao sneaked into a large, dry pool, looked around, and quickly crawled into a water inlet. After a while, the cat's figure appeared in the sky above the forbidden sea. Looking at the small hole in the sky, the cat scratched its head with its claws. After thinking for a while, it stuffed the heaven-confining bell in, and then said happily, "Okay, someone is coming out. Da-da-da, the 3 realms are ringing, this cat will know. Let's go back for dinner." The cat sped up, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the forbidden sea. After being tired for a long time, it had to nourish itself. The lyre owed it the divine artifact, food and drink, it had to be returned to this cat. With a beautiful fantasy, the cat sped up. Earth, demonic city's passage trembled slightly. The people guarding the passage did not see anything. They only felt the passage tremble, and then nothing happened. And the cat had returned to Earth. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.